wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys, toys, toys! So many freaking toys! Toys, 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 toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys, toys, toys! So many freaking toys! Toys, 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 toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display.
Our wallets are in danger. To save them and our finances, we must find the 4 ATMs before our loved ones see how much we've spent. It is our mission.
Toys! Toys, yeah! Toys, toys, toys! So many freaking toys! Toys, 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 toys! Techno wages his battle to find somewhere to display all his toys! No shelving space!
Our
Hello, everyone. Hello and good evening. Good evening to the Americans out there. Happy Turkey Day. Yeah, it's me, it's Techno, and we are going live with some toy unboxing. Yeah, some really big stuff tonight. How big, you might ask? Well, I mean, just to put in perspective, it's stuff that's big enough that I full on had to go and expand the light box in order to support it. Yeah. In fact, why don't we just jump over there right now and I can show you exactly what I mean. Yeah, no, sorry. It's not that I had to expand the light box. It is that I had to go and switch out phones because the OnePlus that I use for my regular camera is not actually able to get enough of a field of view to actually get everything in. Like, I had to expand the field of view just for the sake of the big guy in the back there. Because, yeah, he is massive, and we're going to want him later. So, I preemptively swapped phones just so that I can get all this stuff together. So, yeah, so we're going to be doing it. We're going to be finishing off Superion. We are going to be finishing off the aerial bots. I'm realizing as I'm saying that of all the things that I went to get together to grab for tonight, the one thing I actually did not grab, and they're literally on my desk too, which is what makes it funny. The one thing I did not actually grab in preparation for this, out of all the things, is the other two aerial bots. So I am just standing around right now, just scanning with my eyes, trying to spot the other one. I got one jet over here. We got one jet there. I'm just trying to spot where the other one is. But yeah, I hope everyone is having a good night so far. I hope everyone who celebrates it in the U.S., hopefully you all had a decent Thanksgiving. Hopefully the turkey gods were good to you. You know, worship the turkeys. Don't sacrifice the turkeys and get rewards, except sacrifice them as well. It's weird, yeah. It's weird, it's messed. There's a lot that doesn't make sense about it, but hey, yeah, that's holidays for you. They don't make sense, but you do them anyway. You know, it's tradition that makes it okay. And there's the other aerial bot. Okay, just off in the corner. Good. And he's got everything. Excellent. All right, so we got our aerial bots. We have our aerial bots together. We should be able to get going on this stuff shortly. Also, I guess I'll make a quick chat post about this because I want to pin this. Let's see.
I am Alpha and Omega, Optimal Optimus. Now and forever.
Hey Strideways. Hey Strideways, and I forgot I was gonna hop in my own audio chat. Thank you for reminding me about that. Yeah, I was gonna hop in there just in case. The lamest, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I would call them the lamest one. Yeah, I don't know if I would say that. We'll see. Anyway, though, yeah, let's see. Anyway, I'm going to pin this post here because I want to make sure that this is manually unpinned to enter into stream. Okay, there we go. Because, yeah, we got the audio redeemed there for Turkey Day. So just to highlight that, that should be on. That should be on. I didn't price it very high either.
I'm here with hundreds of people who have gathered to witness
Yeah,
what has been
like
described
there.
as perhaps the greatest turkey event in Thanksgiving Day history. assured that in a very few moments there are going to be a lot of happy people out here.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of I have like 15 clips in the chain, so we'll see if we get through them all. But yeah, anyway, I've got the other aerial bot right here. But yeah, so we're opening all this tonight. It's going to be a big amount of stuff to open. It's going to be a lot of things to get through. So, and I just bumped this camera. I have been playing around with my setup here for the camera the last few days just to try and get something better. I've actually got a different piece on the way right now. I've actually got a different mount for my camera on the way, and hopefully that makes stuff a little bit more stable. Like, yeah, like right now it's just like one of those like wires that I've got for the actual support, and yeah, those things bump really easily. So I've got like so rather than a coil, I've got an actual stand on the way. Sorry, not a stand. I've got like an adjustable arm. So hopefully that improves things a little bit. Oh, hey. Hello.
Just doing noises.
Yeah, anyway, I'm going to just put some BGM on, and let's just use the generic Transformers playlist, because why not? So, let's get to it. I've got a lot of stuff pulled down for comparisons as well, too. And we are going to work out... See, this is exactly what I mean. I changed the way this was all set up, and I just bumped it with my leg when I was sitting back down. Because I can do that now, apparently. So that was a Transformers fact. All right, good. I've been just trying to think of some good Transformers facts. So let me just readjust this as I think. Because yeah, it's a big setup. We're going to need to play with this a bit as I clear things out to get ready for the first stuff. I guess before I do the Transformers fact, I'm just going to, again, highlight what we're going to be opening tonight. We have the next two aerial bots. We have Skydive. We have a Fireflight over here. We got Silverbolt. We're going to do him once we get the limbs out. And then in the very back here, we have this big boy here. This is the Fans Hobby Helmsman. This is a third-party Skyquake. That is a retool of the Overlord that they did several years ago. This was a TFCon USA exclusive this year. And my problem is that I've been going all in on the Predator, on all the Masterpiece Scale Predator retools that they've been doing. So this was damn it, I guess I have to buy this too. You know, shipping's not cheap on stuff like this, but hey, at least it's not as expensive as it is ordering direct from Fans Hobby's website, because good lord. Like if you look at, they've got some really good Black Friday sales on right now, like in terms of prices, but the problem is that the shipping from their website, the prices more or less offset the expensive shipping from their website, which kind of sucks. Because we got this whole setup here. You can see what I mean. I've got like the edges of my ring light just all seeping in there. But we're going to be able to zoom in, though, for these first two.
I got the guy that they sold at like TFCon 2023, like in person, so I didn't have to deal with their website. I just got him at a...
Oh, which one was that?
I don't even
They've done a few of them, so... I'm just trying to remember which one would 2023 was that? Oh, right, that was the one that was Talon, I think. That was the Dreadwind. So yeah, that was the Dreadwind retool, right? In green.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. That was a good one. I really liked that one. That one I had to order. I have a story with that one too, with getting that one too. That was not fun. That's not one I'm really going to share anytime soon because it was an embarrassing one. But yeah, so we were going to do Skydive next.
Is it any more embarrassing than being from fucking Florida?
Then what?
Is it any more embarrassing than having to be from fucking Florida?
Oh. Anyway, that reminds me though. I wanted to Transformers fact. I almost forgot about that. I do have one at the ready, and we're gonna start with as a Transformers fact. We're gonna start with something Turkey Day themed, which is that back in the day for April Fools, this was 2009 or 2010, I want to say. Derek Wyatt did a teaser for Transformers Animated Season 3, where he drew up a whole bunch of... I think he did it for this, right? For the April Fool's teaser? Or was it separate art?
Wasn't Vangelis in there?
I think he was, yes. Because he did a Season 3 teaser where he put up a bunch of designs that some of these are going to be in season 3, some of them aren't going to be in season 3, and it was a lot of
2008 because season 3 was aired in 2009. 2008.
yes,
was the
yes.
first season.
That could still be 2000. That could still be 2009, because
No,
depending
like
on when
season
TFCon
3
was.
like finished airing like in early 2009.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it wasn't that early. Like it was still airing when TFCon 2009 happened. Like I'm trying to remember. That would have been like April or May or something like that when the TFCon 09 was. Like it moved around a little bit at that point. It wasn't fixed in July, but
Transformers animated ended almost 20 years ago.
yeah. Because yeah, I remember it was Human Error. Because I remember this specifically because Derek brought Human Error Part 2 with him because the fact that it was going to be airing that weekend, so he brought that with him to show like at TFCon.
Yes,
Yeah. And he also brought the I forget if it was that year or a different year. He brought the DVD, the animated the shorts that we didn't actually get for years and years. If you remember, like the little like 1-minute shorts that they did.
Yeah.
Like we didn't get those for years, and he brought like a DVD of those for screening, and some of those didn't even like make it onto the DVD release, if I remember right, and didn't come out until sometime later. But we got to see them all, and that was fun.
Lost media for like over a decade.
Yeah. But and it's like Derek. I wonder if part of the reason they got out was because like Derek had all that stuff. I don't know. Like when he passed, maybe that came out. I don't know. But anyway, Skydive here. Skydive is another aerial bot, and to do proper comparisons, we need some other aerial bots too. And so I've brought down. I have the Takara Combiner Wars aerial bots right over here. I just dug these out from the box, and you can already see that my readjusting the camera has not paid off. So let's zoom this back out again, and you can see there that, yeah, there's Superion. There's Superion next to this box. And yeah.
Everything got all blurry. I think that might be my connection, though.
Oh, that might be yours, yeah.
No, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah.
Okay, that might be yours, yeah. But anyway, so we got Superion over there. We got the new Skydive over here. Like, I figured I had to bring this out just for the sake of comparisons. So I'm going to just pull Skydive off of this guy.
Combiner Wars and Unite Warriors stuff is kind of falling apart nowadays.
It's weird. It's weird that I see like criticism of a lot of the Combiner Wars, Unite Warriors stuff, and it's like, really? We all loved it when it was coming out. Oh no, this isn't Skydive. Skydive's the other guy. But like seriously, like
I mean, like it's not criticism talking about it, but a lot of it is apparently just falling apart nowadays. A lot of the toys are just kind of
aging,
not holding up very well.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. That is interesting.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, I think in the new year I'm probably gonna have to change my day for like just toy unboxing stuff. And I will admit that is entirely because and this is, oh no, again, wrong guy. I keep grabbing the wrong guys. You can tell I know my aerial bots oh so well. But yeah,
I get them mixed up too, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I'll know when I see them. I can't remember which one
like,
is where.
Fireflight's the red one, right? Fireflight's the red one. Air Raid's the one.
Yeah, Fireflight's the red one. I thought
the Concord.
Yeah. I got thrown by the box here because of all the black that I see in the front. That's what threw me. Anyway, I'm going to have to offset this guy here like that, just so he actually stands up. Oh. Let's do that. So anyway, so here we go. Here is
more different color schemes like the Stunticons.
Anyway, now I've got the right guy out. So, but yeah, like Combiner Wars, it's weird that I've seen people, you see people ragging on Combiner Wars fairly often these days, I find, and it's like maybe part of that is because
like me.
Yeah, but I just find that weird because I still remember what it was like when we got all those toys, when we got all that Combiner Wars stuff to start, and all that stuff was really, really cool. Like these were all really cool when they came out. Like the fact that we had new combiners. Like we had just started to get like combiners and third party.
I felt for the first few months, and then the line got extended, and then suddenly we're getting combiner versions of non-combining guys just to fill out the line. And
yeah, but those were always planned.
And redecos and just.
Yeah, but a lot of those were always planned. The thing is with a lot of that is that John Warden, like I think he mentioned it in an interview at one point that he full on planned the line very conservatively because he wasn't sure how it would do, and he wanted to try and get it approved. Because people forget how much of a risk that is, telling the higher ups that, yes, so we want to do a toy line where you need to buy all the different things at different price points in order to get everything out of them. Like, that is not an easy sell. it's not an easy sell in like for toy wise. It's a bit different now because I think the market has moved much more collector oriented, just even like 10 years on. But yeah, also we got all the stuff
I
here.
also
We got the
think
really nice
Power of
Superior
the
card.
Primes didn't help either. I also think Power of the Primes didn't help like
Power of the
Prime.
Yes,
Combiner
that's
Wars'
fair.
look,
But I
actually.
mean, we all do know too that Power of the Primes is very much a weird, compromised line in the sense that, they had ideas, and those ideas, whatever the ideas they had, they kind of were trying to figure out what the hell to do. You can kind of tell. Because when you look at some of the earlier concepts, and it looks like, and you look at those, and it's like, oh, they were actually planning at one point or another to do actual primes, but then that all kind of fell apart. Like, I don't know what all happened behind the scenes. Maybe behind the scenes they were focusing on Siege. That's entirely possible as well. That they were like, well, this is going to be
I
a
think
gap.
it's also that
This is going to be a gap year. Get it a few more combiners, and we're going to focus on the next big thing with Siege.
I also kind of think the last night's toy line probably bombed hard. So
And that's true. Yeah, it's hard to know. It really is. But anyway,
like,
we got
last
like
night
little baggy
bombed
stuff.
in the toy aisles, bombed in movie theaters.
There's some
The
good toys in that
did
line.
irreparable damage to Transformers. Yeah.
There's some, I mean, irreparable damage, but by the same token, like, Revenge of the Fallen's toy line also did like irreparable, also did irreparable damage. You could argue in the sense that it raised expectations.
Yep. Oh, I agree. I think Revenge of the Fallen did irreparable damage in more than in like a billion ways.
Yeah, because it's
in
like
a billion ways.
I would also argue Revenge of the Fallen, because a lot of the toys from that era, I would argue, and this isn't just Revenge of the Fallen, it's also like Generations. I would argue that that the movie lines wrecked stuff in the sense that it got them too complex. Like, there's a whole period of one or two.
2008 sucked.
There's a whole a lot of those toys have not aged very well, and I love those toys when they came out, but it's like I go back to them now and it's like, yeah, wow, this is like really over engineered. Like, they really over engineered a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, like, like Ironhide Ratchet, that should have been a great one. Then they actually came out and I was like, oh, okay then. But anyway,
don't get me started on Cheetor, Universe Cheetor.
Oh my God, Cheetor. That said, Dinobot was really good. Dinobot, I will stand up for that Dinobot. Like, I know a lot of people pan that Dinobot. I will stand up for it. I think there's also the element of the Aaron Archer era of Transformers. Like, for good and ill, Archer's era is much less defined by slavishness to G1. Like, he was very much like wanting to, like, a lot of Archer's stuff was very much wanting to do something new and do something different with things.
Yeah.
And that's not always everyone's boat. That doesn't float everybody's boat. That's just kind of how it goes.
I like that better than like being slavish to G1.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's two approaches, to be fair. I really like the old style thing of reimagining thing with vehicles. But that being said, the nerd in me also really loves when they go, you know what? You see this character model over here that was designed with no consideration to the actual toy? What if we made this a toy and made it work? Like, I kind of from an engineering standpoint, that's actually quite a bit of a challenge. So that I will defend as well.
I'm gonna be honest. I think Hasbro does a better job with that with like the Generations lines than they do with like Masterpiece.
Yep. Okay, so anyway, I'm just looking. It's going okay. Oh, it does have the zoom on it. Okay, so here we have our new Skydive. So he is another aerial bot. He is a retool of some of the other aerial bots, and I should probably transform those guys too. Let's just do that really quickly, because you can,
Oh God, it's Combiner Wars 2.0.
No, there is retooling. I mean, the Stunticons had retooling too.
I know, I'm just being silly.
Yeah, like, and I mean, like, I will say too, like, as I do this, I may as well go back over the other two as well, as we do this, because like, I think that the biggest flex that they did there when they did all of those was going back to what's his name? This one's, sorry, I'm just trying to remember, keep them straight. This one was. Sorry, this one was Slingshot. Like, with Slingshot, they very much flexed because the fact that Slingshot was the guy who was like the last minute retool of another aerial bot, like back in the day, who didn't come out like a general retail. And it felt like Combiner Wars was
Combiner Wars.
Yeah, and it felt that Age of the Prime Slingshot was very much the apology tour figure for Slingshot. because they did him right from the off the bat, and they did him from the ground up, and he is very much not a retool of anybody. And I kind of appreciate that they took that they went that route with him.
You know what I think they should have done instead of making Blast Off and Aerial Bot redeco in Combined Wars, they should have just done a new Combaticon that was like a Aerial Bot retool that was a fighter jet.
I mean, I could,
yeah,
I get what you're saying, but I mean, I guess I can see why they went the way they did. That said, but anyway, so we had Slingshot over here as like the first of the releases there, and then we had Air Raid over here. Air Raid is the one that you can. There's definitely going to be a lot of similarities. It looks like between Air Raid and Skydive here. So I'm just gonna transform him. But even then, there's going to be a lot of differences, I imagine.
Color schemes are so similar.
Part of that is just the fact
those are
that
two different versions of Air Raid in the background.
Yeah. I mean, I've got like a different. Yeah. Well, no, that's Skydive in the back there.
I can't tell these guys apart.
No, Skydive is the one I just opened. I'm just transforming Air. I'm just transforming. No, sorry. Yeah, I'm just transforming Air Raid right now because I was like, well, I should have them all in robot mode for the sake of comparison before we do all the combiner stuff. Because I didn't even think about that. Like, I completely forgot to grab my aerial bots off the shelf until I started stream. That's how much I didn't think about this. And then yeah, this goes all the way back.
We get an Alpha Bravo.
We get
Vortex refilled into Alpha Bravo.
I have an Alpha Bravo somewhere. He's in a bin. He's in a bin somewhere.
I mean, no, I mean like in like Age of the Primes, can we get like
people have been asking for it.
Age of the Primes.
I think you would need to retool Blades though. I think Blades would be the better retool, but yeah, people have actively been asking for that though. So we'll see. I wouldn't mind seeing that happen. But anyway, so here we have our.
Kind of sad that we're getting the inferior version of Blades.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put those
as opposed to the Rescue Bots version.
Right.
Never say never.
Well, they did 2 Rescue Bots already. I feel that more or less. Sorry, no, was it only 2 or did they do more? No, they did 3 technically. So I think if they've signposted that they're open. Yeah, medics. We got Chase, and we got Heatwave. So I think if they've signposted that they want to do more Rescue Bots, because the reception was very good to both of those. Yeah. They both had very good reception. But anyway, though, so here we have the first 2 of the Age of the Primes area bots over here. And then we've got the new one here. We got Skydive right over here. And again, just comparing him to his old Combiner Wars version here, you can see that, quite a bit different. I think Skydive was the originally intended mold for this too. Like, you can really tell looking at the heads. And you can also really tell how the different, like just looking at the head sculpts, you can really see the difference in terms of the approach to how they do Transformers. Like in terms of the actual head sculpts. Like Skydive here, the old Combiners Wars one is a much more stylized look, whereas, like it's very mid 2010s. It's very mid 2010s. Yeah. It's actually giving me shades of it's making me think a little bit of Don Figueroa's head redesign. Sorry, not the Don versions. I guess the Alex Milne versions there, like when he kind of like found the middle ground between like what they made Don, between the designs they made Don draw on all his robots for their faces.
I miss the IDW aesthetic.
Yeah, because people forget that was not Don's choice. He just he took the fall for that, unfortunately. Like the actual head sculpt designs. People forget that. Like he fell on the sword for that. He kind of got screwed over.
Bayverse.
Sorry? Yeah, where he had to draw them more like Bayverse guys. Like Don kind of got the brunt of it. He kind of fell on the sword there. And then they stole his Megatron design, which sucks. But
yeah.
But anyway, though, you can see though that it's like very different designs though. Again, like the paint wise, this is gonna have a bit more paint because it's the Takara version. And you can see that the Takara definitely went out on their version there. They made sure they had the little symbol on the back there for Skydive there. It's just a single thing here. I can't remember in G1 if it's a single or a double tail fin. But yeah, you can see here we got the tail fin.
Schmidt, everyone. He stole that design from Don, and he basically told him to draw him like crappy Bayverse designs.
Oh, Andrew Schmidt.
He stole the Megatron.
Oh, Andrew Schmidt. I could probably talk a little bit more about Andrew Schmidt, but it's still weird considering that he was like when he was at Marvel, he was the editor in chief of like when they did all their stuff like Annihilate. Sorry, not editor in chief, but he was like the editor who brought back, who was behind the whole Cosmic Marvel revival in 2008, like with Annihilation. So it's kind of
Yeah,
weird from the standpoint of the man actually did some genuinely memorable accomplishments, and that just goes to show that not everyone
yeah,
can do
like he brought the
everything.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
was
didn't
all.
he
Yeah, that
kind of
whole
like
like the Cosmic Marvel stuff was a footnote at Marvel until they did Annihilation. Like yeah,
and that
but
eventually led to.
I will save that for more Transformers facts later. But anyway, though, so you can see there's a lot of differences between these aesthetically. This one's like straight up going for cartoon model accuracy. This one is like taking a few more liberties. But you can tell they're both, very similar jets. If you have a chance, that said, can you check to see if he has if Skydive has like the jet that he turned into has like a single tail fin or a double one? I can't remember. Like in the middle.
What jet does he turn to?
Oh, I don't know. It's like he's the gray one.
Yeah, I know, but like,
No, I just mean from the stand. I don't know my planes. I just mean
oh,
from the.
he turned into an F-16 fighting Falcon.
Okay. I'm just curious if the single tail fin in the middle is accurate or not.
I think it was.
Yeah, because the old Combiners one had duals, but the Combiner Wars ones were also designed knowing that they would have to be like two different jets.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these guys were designed with like dual purposes in mind.
Yeah, the F-16 had just one tail fin.
Okay, but anyway, I'm just grabbing some quick shots of these two next to each other. And then then we're gonna keep going and we're gonna look at Skydive individually. So Skydive here. You can see here that he has a lot of similarities looking at him with what's his name with Air Raid over here, but there is still a lot of differences. Let's take a look. Like the arms are the same. Legs are all the same tooling wise. The chest is different. You can see here. Oh no, this is interesting how they did it. Yeah, if you look here, you can see that it's actually the same chest, but this piece is new. They slapped this piece in over top. And if you look here, you can see they even designed it there. Like they designed it with some little pegs some little slots there, specifically keeping in mind that they were going to be slapping a piece on there. That's actually really clever. That's some clever foresight. Like everything about this vent design, you can see there's enough designed in there specifically to be able to put a piece over top. That is very clever. And then looking at the backs here, I guess that the cockpit here, I can bring this down like this and get a bit more of that. I forget what the accurate way to do it is.
The main reason I know an F-16 fighting Falcon has only one fin on the back has one fin in the middle is because that's what Starscream turned into in Transformers Prime.
But speaking of fins, you can see we can already see what's retooled here. Like these side ailerons are the same, but the whole back of the jet here is different. This is all new tooling here. It's got a single one instead of a double one, and then even the front of the jet here, you can see that the wings are different. You can see that this whole area, and even the cockpit. So it looks like it's an entirely different jet. They just kept all as many of the robot mode parts as they could, which is not a bad way to do it, honestly. Like, yeah, that's gonna make it look a bit more interesting. And yeah, I really like the head sculpt on him too. Like it's a good head sculpt, nice matte paint. I'm really glad they
have the same head. They have the same transformation scheme anyway. So
yeah. It's the same transformation scheme, but like I appreciate how much of a reshell this guy is though. Like they still very much reshelled the entire alt mode, which is great. But anyway though, so let's look at articulation then. So we have ball jointed head. Good ball jointed head. We have universal joints for the arms, blocked by the wings, obviously. 90-degree elbow bend. No wrists because of the transformation. I have been into this before in terms of why these types of transformations can't actually have wrists. So there's no real need to touch on that again. But yeah, we have waist swivel, goes all the way around. Yeah. I still remember, like in the Leo Kaiser thread there, like someone complaining about how Leo's act doesn't have wrists, and somebody went in and full on did an engineering breakdown of this is why this toy can't actually have wrists. Like they full on did like the whole like there is literally no space to put wrists anywhere in this thing. So what are you talking about?
Does that shut up the neckbeard, or did the neckbeard still say, "With the toy
Uh,
suit should have you"?
Probably didn't shut him up. I don't know. Like it's, I mean, to Hasbro's credit, there with Lyle Kaiser, there was a lot of stuff that they did that they like as the reveal went on, where they went, oh hey, you know what, we can change this tooling here and here, and they did full on like improve things, like the shoulders there on the two jet guy on the two jet guys, if I remember correctly, and then things like how Hellbat and no, it wasn't Hellbat. It was how Skyhawk's breastmaster attached. I think that they changed. But they did a lot of little cosmetic things. So
Breastmaster. Sorry.
I am going to call them that till the day I die. So, but yeah, because that's. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know it's double entendre, but it makes more sense. It makes sense. Like double entendre aside, it makes complete logical sense. It works better than Chestmaster.
Yeah.
It works way better. It works better than Chessmaster when you know what they're actually going at for. Anyway, yeah, we got these ankle tilts here. So that is pretty much the scope of the articulation on this guy. Just gonna do a quick shot with these guys together. Let's just get a quick shot with these guys together here. Yep. If I do get a new phone, this one might become my new permanent camera. I'm not sure. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to getting an actual arm for this thing instead of just having like the like the coil, the static coil, because that thing is way too easy to bump. And it's also, I have to do a lot of gymnastics with my whole setup just to make sure that the coil doesn't actually end up in frame. So, it's a little annoying. But yeah. So the jet mode is going to be pretty familiar to anyone who had the first wave, guys. It's a good jet mode too, let's be honest. We got the landing gear that's stored in here. Interesting, it's a painted piece here. Like they just painted the gray plastic over with black, which I guess makes sense given the mold layout. But yeah, so we get the right. Another thing Combiner Wars did that people forget about is Combiner Wars was really the first time we saw this style of leg transformation, where instead of like the drop down, we had like the legs open up and accordion up like this.
Yeah.
Like Combiner Wars was really the first place that we saw this, and people forget like how well received that was when that came out. Like people were like, "Oh my god, they figured out a better way to do legs. That's way better than before."
Yeah.
Like again, a lot of credit where credit is due. Like Combiner Wars did a lot. Like I do not like
like that leg transformation. Like it's like kind of iconic at this point.
Yeah, Combiner Wars was absolutely a step forward for a lot of like Transformers engineering there. So like there was a lot they did with. They showed you could do a lot with that with that Scramble City play pattern. But yeah, so anyway, that's the transformation here. And I forgot to even note the guns. The guns are different. I didn't even think to note that, but yes, they are completely different pistols here. There, we can just put those down over here. And yeah, there we have our alternate mode. Like, again, it's a completely different jet. We'll see that a bit more clearly later on when I do Superion and I put everyone in the jet modes. So I'll be able to show that off a little bit more in terms of just how different. But, like, it looks really good. And, I like this little attention to detail here. Like, these little guys here, it looks like these are painted, these little guys here, because they're a slightly different tone, and the light comes off them a little bit differently. That's kind of neat. That is a little bit neat. Maybe they painted them because maybe that's like an attachment point for the chest. I don't know. In fact, let me just check here and see. By lifting this. Yeah, okay, yeah, that must be an attachment point because he has those same details on this one too. So that must be like a common, that's probably like where this torso actually attaches in. But yeah, so it still looks pretty neat though as a detail thing. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, so, fairly standard jet mode. I mean, does it look a little weird when you look at it from the side? Yes, there's a lot of bulk underneath, but does it look fine from above? Yes.
Possible to make a truly great jet mode from
and when you consider that these are all the stuff these are going to be doing, Like, it's still really nice, though. It's still a nice jet. Like, I really can't... it looks good, and I really like how much they retooled them. I think that's the really nice part. So, with that said, that is one down. That is one to take down off the list. And now we can go into the next aerial bot, and the fourth of the deluxes, and that is going to be Fireflight, aka the other leg there. So, yeah, I don't know if I can't remember what arrangement I had on Superion, if that's the like cartoon arrangement or not, but I legit can't remember. But anyway, Fireflight though, again, let's take a look at him in the box. Yeah, he is the fourth aerial bot. We got, again, that Superion art there. We got just the generic stuff on the back. Not really a lot to say there. Yeah, let's crack this guy open. I'll do some comparisons with other things too, like once I get these all down. But yeah, so let's pull him out. Let's pull his accessory bag out. And let's finish liberating him from his box. Like that. And before we go any further, let's dismember Combiner Wars Superion again, or rather Unite Warriors. I sold my Combiner Wars version years ago, so that is like, yeah, I didn't need two Superions. I was kind of clearing up space. But anyway, so Fireflight again was like the second aerial bot, and as such, he is again one of those molds from in Combiner Wars where he had shared parts between both. He was kind of doing his own thing, but then they also were trying to share slots with like the other aerial bots. It was, I guess, it would have been, was it Air Raid he was sharing parts with, I guess? I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, I guess it would have been Air. No, that's right. I don't think he shared parts with any of the other aerial bots. I think he was the pre-tool for Blastoff and stuff. I'm just trying to remember now. I'm just looking over at my stuff. Oh, no, that's right. He was Fireflight.
Named like...
That's right. He was Fireflight. I forgot about that. Sorry. Not Fireflight. Slingshot. They retooled him in the Slingshot. I'm just double checking that now. Yeah. He was the pre-tool there for Slingshot. So, or rather, not a pre-tool for Slingshot, but like they did blast off out of this guy as well too. But so he probably is, as far as the aerial bots go, the one that's the more accurate to like the original, because he didn't have as much in terms of the planned pre-tools, because they were already doing a compromised blast off with this guy. And we can see here that we have Fireflight, and we have a head that is very different than this version. But yeah, this is and we'll look at that in a sec. But yeah, you can see a lot of details lining up here, but you can see how they're translated very differently. Again, you can see a lot of the detail compromises on these guys, I feel I should note as well too, are entirely because of the limitations of Combiner Wars, because of that center peg. Just because of this whole rigid center peg that you can't paint, you got to put any detail on the sides. And on the animation models, which these are based more off of, they can cheat, so they can shrink these things to be like much less. Well, that, and also they need the combiner pegs to be really big and sturdy just for the combiner. So again, pluses and minuses of a Scramble City combination style.
Are an upgrade.
Sorry?
This is why frame combiners are actually a good thing.
Yes.
Not kidding. I'm actually being...
No. Like, I really like the mindset behind the frame combiners, like, that they've gone into. Like, just the whole idea of the frame combiners being... that they treat them as, we want to make something that's sturdy enough that you can pick it up and use it as an action figure. And they very much are that. Like, yeah, I think Menasor a little bit weaker, but Devastator is very, very good at just being an action figure you can pick off the shelf. And I mean, like, the next one that we're getting that's not a frame combiner, I guess, is going to be Lio Kaiser. And a lot of that is because he was not a frame, is because in G1, that's how he was. Like, G1, he was actually had like only like two parts to cheat, if I remember correctly. Like, it was just like it was the helmet, and it was the what was it on him, on Lio Kaiser? The helmet cheated, and there was something else. I'm just trying to remember what the other bit was that cheated on G1 Lio Kaiser. I can't remember though, because I know the new one, the main cheat is the crotch, but like everything else is built in. So, and again, that was G1 Lyokaiser right there. But anyway, so we have Fireflight right here, and yeah, let's just compare him to the Combine Wars version. Again, you can see it's a very different head sculpt. I'm assuming this is a case of toy versus cartoon, and they probably just went with a more interesting head sculpt than this guy here. Plus, they were probably also thinking about retoolability. Like, I wonder if they had in mind when they were doing him that, oh, we're going to do this in a blast off, so let's give him a blast off. Let's give him a head that might fit a bit better with like a Decepticon. That might have been part of it. I mean, as it is, I think yeah, because Blastoff got the same head, didn't he? So that's probably what they were thinking. But yeah, you can see these are very different though. But you can see a lot of the basic details are all still there. Yeah, we got the blue detailing there. Like Takara did a really good job of just trying to capture all the details on this guy to their credit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, I will. This is why I have a hard time just like knocking a lot of this stuff because a lot of prep goes into all these things. So yeah, so we're gonna put him back over here. Oh, we're gonna put him back up there. And we are going to compare him to Slingshot because Slingshot is who he is a retool of. You can see that he transforms like the same way as Slingshot, but again, like Slingshot, you can see that they changed a lot for the jet mode. As for the actual robot mode, let's see what's different. Yeah, the chest is different. These two side bits of the chest. Oh no, the middle part too. Like this entire chest plate is new because this is all sculpted detail here, whereas he's got different sculpted detail in his side, in the center of his chest there. So entirely new chest, entirely new head. What else is new? What else is new? It's the same guns. Okay, so he's got the same guns. And then I guess we got all the jet parts. So he's got a little. So yeah, he's got a little bit more new sculpt, new tooling in the robot mode. But I mean, by the same token, like it probably evens out when you take the guns into account. So yeah, so let's put these two right over here. Let's put those two guys there. Let's get a look at them. And then yeah, let's look at articulation and let's look at the head sculpt. Again, really nice head sculpt here. Again, I love that they've been doing the matte faces. I much prefer these matte faces here. That's my own personal preference, but I'm glad that the fandom agrees with me enough for Hasbro to keep doing this with toys, because they tried it. I remember when they first tried it, like people responded to it really well, and then they went, "Oh, so you guys like this?" Like that was Hot Rod, I think, was the first one where they were really experimenting with matte faces, if I'm remembering right.
Which Hot Rod?
The 86. That was one of the first big ones where they were doing matte faces, if memory serves. Because I think Cup and Blur... Did Cup and Blur have the metallic faces, the initial releases? I know the re-releases didn't, but... Oh no, Blur did have the white face, yes. But like Perceptor has the metal face, and like case in point, you look at the two Perceptor toys they did there, and how much... You look at like how much better the newer Perceptor looks relative to... even though it's like the same face sculpt. Just the difference is entirely paint on that one, and it's kind of crazy. But anyway, though, Fireflight. So yeah, so we got that ball jointed head there. We've got shoulders go up to there. They also come around here. We got swivel. We got double jointed elbow here. We've got zero wrist because it's just sculpted in, and they just painted the hand. Universal joints. 90-degree bend, giant ankle tilts, yeah, and we got a waist. So, it's a pretty solid deluxe, pretty solid for deluxe articulation. Still a little bit more than the Constructicons, honestly, because none of the Constructicons have waist joints. But yeah, let's transform him. Let's transform this guy.
Yeah, I was about to say something about how, like, when people say, oh, well, how you can't, like, really dunk on them because there's a lot of work that goes into making these. I'm like, that's kind of me when people say, oh, well, the developers are just lazy when it comes to, like, Pokemon. I'm like, No, they aren't. You want lazy developers. Well, I wouldn't even say the developers of Call of Duty are lazy so much as like the executives are forcing them to use
I was
AI.
gonna say it's the problem is never the problem is very rarely the developers. It's usually management. You look at a lot of stories of how games went bad, and a lot of it comes down to management decisions that the developers then have to deal
Like
with.
2006, for example.
Mass Effect Andromeda.
Yeah.
Like when we got the behind the
The
scenes story of
BioWare
what
magic.
the one that killed the studio because it killed their Montreal studio that game.
Yep.
And it's a shame
And
because
it
the
kind of
Montreal
led to the
studio
eventual death.
that Montreal studio did good work. Like they're the ones who did they're the ones who did the Omega DLC. That was very good DLC.
I'm pretty sure BioWare themselves are pretty much almost dead at this point, given EA. So
Yeah.
you know.
They are working on something. I think they're working on a Dragon Age game right now. I can't remember, but yeah, no, it is very
Yeah,
sad.
supposedly.
It is very sad as someone who is who is initially like from like BioWare's hometown. So it is very sad considering like just how big of a deal they were locally.
Yeah, I forgot BioWare was Canadian.
Yeah. And it's like and it was like a fairly you know they were founded by doctors, right? Like BioWare's
They were
founders
called BioWare.
Yeah. Their founders were medical doctors. Like they didn't start off doing games. They started off like with doing like medical software stuff. And then their founders were also just like fans of games and decided to do games. So, but anyway, yeah. So we have so here we have them right here. Here we have Fireflight. And if you're wondering about my awkward pauses, it's because I keep looking back to the two boxes just to remind myself which aerial bots are which. But yeah, he looks really good here. Like, I mean, you can see a bit of the head there, I guess, but like he still has that whole like wheel in the back, which I think works really well. Like as a jet, the Fireflight Slingshot version definitely works a lot better than the Skydive and Air Raid jet. Like he looks really good here, and I really like just all the retooling they put into this jet mode. Like it's very nice. Oh, hello, beloved Fever. No, I haven't really picked up much for Black Friday stuff. I guess the main stuff I did get for anything Black Friday related so far, I have a new mount for my Lightbox camera on the way, and I have Blocky's the Blocky's Classic Series Megatronus on the way. That's the main pickups I've had so far. I'm probably gonna go out on the weekend and get like a new hard drive or something like that because I need to get some more storage space for my NAS server. So I might do that. But yeah, no, I've not gotten. Actually, I wanted to mention this for you Americans there. Who here is anyone familiar with the Primus with that Primus knockoff there? That's like a Voyager sized knockoff sort of thing there. That's been going around making the rounds this year. Like I think it showed up like December, January, or whatever. Sorry? Like it's not really.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's not really a knockoff so much as it is a new mold. That's like it's still meant to be Primus, but like it's a like third party sort of thing. Anyway, so you can get that on Amazon US right now for like $20. And for what it is, that's honestly probably a pretty good price. So like if you want to check that, and they've done a few different retools that I think they did a retool of that figure into an actual globe as well. But yeah, if anyone's looking for Black Friday stuff, that's something worth taking a look at. I actually saw that just from Walkie's Blue Sky the other day because he made a post about that.
Hey, Willis.
Yeah. But anyway, that is the two new aerial bots right here. That is their jets. Let's see. I am going to decrement the count, and I'm going to put these guys back into bot mode now because we're going to be doing Silverbolt next, and I'm going to want that robot mode comparison. So we're going to, we got to play things a little bit differently when it comes to when there's a Gattai going on. But yeah, yeah, I guess I'll turn that question back on you. Did you get anything for Black Friday? Blood Fever. And I guess you as well, Strideways. Did you pick up anything? Or are you planning to pick up anything?
No. Not right now.
Yeah, like I think the other thing I might get this weekend, and I'm gonna have to see what my options are. I might get a new phone, because like my current phone's plan is paid off and stuff now. Like that plan is up, so I might get a new phone. I need to just go into and find out. There's not nearly as good deals as there've been in past years this year for like just
Mm.
phones with the Canadian providers. But I think it's just a case that they've decided, oh hey, we don't need to worry about this so much. Hooray! Localized monopolies. Because yeah, Canada
Yep.
is a place where depending on where you live in the country, there's essentially like two cell providers because like you've got your your like landline cable provider, and you've got your and you've got your DSL style provider, and they don't really compete. And a lot of these guys don't really kind of gentleman's agreement don't really compete a lot with each other. Like Bell, like I mean Bell is everywhere, but I mean like Bell isn't that big out in Western Canada, so they kind of just leave it to like Telus, and they kind of just leave it to Telus, and it used to be Rogers they would leave it to, but then it used to be Shaw they would leave it to, but then Rogers and Shaw decided to merge, so which wasn't even like some sort of a hostile takeover. It was straight up like just the families that run the companies going, you know what, let's merge, because they're both companies that were like
Corporate
family
marriage.
controlled. Sorry.
Great corporate marriage.
Yeah, no, it was straight up a corporate marriage. I think it was the Shaw family was basically like, oh, hey, looking ahead at all the money we're gonna have to spend to keep up. And it's like, yeah, no, let's just cash out. I think that was more or less their mindset. They just cashed out and sold to Rogers and got a bunch of shares in Rogers out of that. And yeah, because they were very big they're very big in Western Canada. Yeah, so that it's anyway. So we got we got 4 aerial bots here, and hold up. I'm just looking at this and going, oh, what's this on Skydive's face here? Oh no, that's just okay. That's just some debris that just got on there. There was just some weird debris that was like on his face, and I was like, oh no, I hope there's not a paint blemish. But no, not a paint blemish, not a paint blemish. But yeah, so we got our 4 aerial bots right over here. They are. Let's see, they're very sans serif, if you know what I mean. So yeah, they all look good
Sans
together.
Undertale.
Oh, that too, I guess. But yeah, so like the whole set here looks really good just for the 4 aerial bots. Like they look really nice together. I'm gonna pull this guy out. I'm gonna pull out this one for now. I'll pull out these guys for now. We might bring them back in later. And right, I wanted to do a few more comparisons here while we're at it. So, because I guess we'll do some of these later too, but I may as well bring an Alpha Trion right now because, well, you got to bring an Alpha Trion with the aerial bots. Like that feels like it feels very, very clever of them to make this the line that they did all the aerial bots in, considering that Alpha Trion has those direct ties with the aerial bots, like from the G1 cartoon. It's a nice little touch, honestly. Let's see, I'm just going to adjust this down a bit. Is that any better with the image? Let's see. Anyway. Gary Chalk, yay!
King Kong Adventure Fuck.
Yep. I really should have thought of some. If I see him at TFCon again one of these days, I'm gonna have to like give him a list of names to shout out, just for the sake of my stream. Because that I did not get. Like just for the intro. And I don't know who does the Autobots Decepticons stuff either, so I kind of want to find out who does that in the opening, just so that I can get them the shout out stuff for my own parody of that. Anyway, though, so we got these 4 here. You know what? Let's just so that we don't get any breaks when we do Silverbolt, I'm just gonna hit ads early. We may as well hit ads like and I just hit that with my leg again. Yeah, this is really, yeah. I rearranged the whole setup there and just made it way easier to hit with my knee. But yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, we're going to go into ads a little bit early, just so that we can skip straight to Silverbolt without any interruptions. So, with that said, we will be right back after these messages. So, bear with me, everyone. Let's bear down for midterms, and we will be right back. Because yes, I got to quote community. I got to quote like random community lines, like bear down for midterms.
In the weed cave.
All right, and we are back. We are back as a bunch of very actiony music is going, and we are back, and we have the next figure up in the light box. We have Age of the Primes Silverbolt sitting right there. You know, as everyone knows, Silverbolt is like one of the most important characters in Transformers fiction because, as we all know, every single Transformers toy ever is based off of his Combiner Wars toy. Yo, it's proof time travel exists because it's the only way that Transformers could have existed if someone sent a Combiner Wars Silverbolt back in time and Takara built the entire toy line off of that. Because as we know, everything is a Combiner Wars Silverbolt retool.
God, are there people who actually think there are toys made before Silverbolt that are Combiner Wars Silverbolt retools, or are we just taking the piss?
I'm taking the piss of just how much of a running gag the Combiner Wars everything is a Combiner Wars Silverbolt retool thing became. You got to take the piss out of that. Like that's just too good. It got really old.
The world is Combiner Wars, so the world is a Combiner Wars Silverbolt retool.
Honestly, it got a little old. Just how much the Combiner Wars Silverbolt thing was going. But yeah. Anyway, we got the aerial bots here. We got Silverbolt back here. We got this really nice box art.
Energon Starscream is actually a retool of
Oh god, I forgot
like Beast Wars 2 Starscream, who was
I forgot about that one.
C2
Energon Starscream's the Cyberjets, because people have never heard of like Convergent Evolution. Like, there's a lot of newer toys these days that we get where people go, "Oh, this is a retool," and you look at it, it's like, I'm sorry, no, it's not. Now, what is funny is what is a retool, and this is hilarious. Technically, a retool, and this I find hilarious, is Cybertron Starscream is technically a retool of Siege Starscream because it has the same biceps. It has the same. There's like one or two parts shared with Siege Starscream. So technically, it's a retool of Siege Starscream. And I kind of love that. But anyway, see, we got the Superion art on the side again. And then we got all this stuff in the back over here. We got all the stuff over here. We got the showing off all the different things. Like what they did with Motormaster, they took the trailer approach and the combiner frame approach, where they have a whole extra piece here that becomes a base that mounts onto the back of the jet, and that becomes a Superion. That is in direct contrast to how they worked it in Combiner Wars, where it was just the single center bot that became that. And yeah, and that is a source of argument right there in terms of which approach is better. Anyway, though, it's a nice big commander class, so let's get him open. Let's get this guy opened up. There we go. Yep, that's everything in the box. All right, so we got Silverbolt over here. We got him right there, just sitting there in jet mode. You can see we got a bit of a frame there too. And I'm gonna bring this guy in again for a sec there, because I want to do some comparison stuff between Silverbolts. So let's pop off
his big thick butt.
Let's pop off the old Combiner Wars limbs. Yeah. Again, this is the Takara version here. Just to stress, I do not have the Hasbro one anymore. I've got a couple versions of this still. I've got the G2 version, but let's see. I'm just trying to remember.
He just has a booster section, which I call his thick jet mode, but
yeah, the new one does, yes. And this one, because again, I remember this being a criticism when this Silverbolt came out there, just in terms of how much he does not look at all whatsoever like a Concorde. Because Silverbolt was a Concorde jet. That is like, for those who aren't familiar with what that is, because that jet did have some significance in history. So Silverbolt, the Concorde jet was a supersonic.
I wish I had gotten a ride on a Concorde.
Sorry?
I wish I had gotten a ride on a Concorde.
Yeah, that would have been cool, because it was a supersonic jet, but importantly, it was a commercially available supersonic jet, which is not something that's very. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it was a passenger jet that was capable of supersonic. They stopped flying them because apparently it's also not very profitable to run one of those things. And I think 9/11 was like the final death knell for the Concorde.
Yeah, I think there were like some accidents too. There was like
I think so, yes.
Near accidents.
I think there was, yes. But I mean, hey, we all know that accidents clearly don't mean that a company is going to go under. I mean, look at Boeing.
Yeah.
Boeing is still alive and well.
Those are accidents.
I'm just saying, Boeing
only is... to assume those are accidents.
Okay, Gribble. Oh, and we got an Archie Sonic back.
I'm the closest thing to Gribble in this group. I'm from the South, so, you know.
All right, we got another Archie Sonic fact, and I'm just going to start. I'm just trying to remember how the. Yeah, you can tell my brain is aged like putty because I can't remember how these go for the arms. I can't remember how this freaking toy's arms are supposed to go.
Your brain's age better than.
Oh wait, there we go. There we go. I see it now. Okay, but anyway, Archie Sonic fact though. Let's think of something here. Someone give me a character or a prompt there, even like a game character. I'm just trying to think of something. My mind is a little bit blank right now for thinking of an idea.
Bunny Rabbit.
Okay, I've talked a bit about Bunny before. I don't know if I've got really much new to say on her. How
about talking about her encounter with Adam that just was weirdly body horror-y for
I can't remember the Adam encounter now. That's been a while. But what I will talk about, though, I think, is I will talk about the Kingdom of Mercia, which is which we first got introduced to back in. Yeah, we first got introduced to Mercia back in the Sonic the Hedgehog stuff when they were doing their world tour stuff, like hunting for Ixis Naugus, and it was essentially a Robin Hood pastiche. It actually had a two-parter because they actually had a crossover with the Knuckles book, which I did not read at the time because I was not actively collecting the Knuckles book. But yeah, like they had it because they tied in all the stuff there with the lost city of Albion there for the Echidnas. Like Knuckles was looking for the lost city or whatever, so then that's how he ended up in the story.
Enders.
Yeah, essentially there was an equivalent of Avalon there for the Echidnas, where it was like a whole different group of Echidnas that had never gone on the island when it went up in the air. Because yeah, the Echidnas have to be the most advanced civilization in in Pender's lore, so that's just how it works. So there was the even more advanced Echidnas that were more advanced, and then I guess what we're talking about Albion. Anyway, they all died off panel. During Return to Angel Island lore, it was just a case of so Eggman took these guys out all off page, and that makes sense as a conclusion because I think that was essentially the writers answering the question of so if you have all of these hyper advanced echidnas, why have none of them done anything about the Fat Man that has a robot army and that is doing world domination? Why do they all hide instead of trying to stop them?
Because they're always arguing over whether we should do something. Should we do something? Should do something. Should we do something?
Hey, Hunter Wolf. Hey, how's it going? It's going good. We are opening up aerial bots right now, and I was just regaling with an Archie Sonic fact as per my redeems. Again, I will note the pin post. We have a Turkey Day redeem there that I've set up specifically for today. That is me looping through. That is just a whole loop of clips from the famous turkey drop episode from WKRP in Cincinnati. It is genuinely one of my all-time favorites. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I hope you've had a good Thanksgiving. But yeah, so anyways, this was the Combiner Wars version of Silverbolt, or rather, this is the Takara Unite Warriors release. So it's got a little bit of a different deco. And again, this is the proof that time travel exists because, as we all know, since everything is based off of Combiner Wars Silverbolt, then his existence is proof of time travel because the only way that G1 can be based off Combiner Wars Silverbolt is if this toy was sent back in time. Anyway, though, jokes aside, let's take a look at the box here.
I hope I never see another Combiner Wars Silverbolt as long as I live.
Well, too late. I just showed you one.
You get where I'm going with this, though, right?
I'm trying to remember what that's a reference to.
Look, God has a spring.
Let's see. Now you're making me think of the old short pack strip, which was Jetfire going on about how he's an atheist, and then it was like a case. Yeah, no, I can't remember that offhand, but yeah, I'm thinking.
It was a MST3K short, a case of spring.
Okay.
But yeah, God, the short pack. I'm an atheist. I'm standing on what transforms into my neck.
Yeah, no, that was great. The whole joke of how it's like with Jetfire, how can you be an atheist when we're literally living on our god and he transformed last week?
Yeah, that's one of the things I hate about like how Ferminian just adds all this mysticism stuff to Transformers. Ooh, mythology is real.
Well, no, I don't mind Jetfire being an atheist. It's just kind of funny with that. It's just a funny joke to make. That's all.
No, I don't mind Jetfire being an atheist. I'm just annoyed at how like they try and have it both ways. That like the Transformers don't know their god is real, but he's totally real.
I don't mind that. I don't mind the take of that they don't know their god is real. I'm fine with that. I brought this up before, I still really like the James Roberts take, like back when he was doing fan works, before he was working officially in the Transformers books with Eugenesis. I really like the alternate take that he did for G1 Origins there. And oh my god, okay, I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this. So we got the basic Silverbolt Concorde jet here. We got the elastics and stuff I'm going to have to cut off. You know, like it's a modest-sized jet. It's the sort of thing that makes you go, well, why would this be a combiner anyway? Sorry, a commander class anyway. And then you have this monstrosity, which weighs more than Jetfire. This thing sorry, not Jetfire. This thing weighs more than Silverbolt on its own. This entire frame here that exists purely for the combined mode. This is great. Oh my god.
Thick, removable ass.
Like seriously, I can feel a discernible difference in weight between these two. It's kind of hilarious. This is like a giant like anime battleship right here.
Removable ass.
This whole thing is like giant anime battleship tier. It's anime as hell. I love it.
I just call it his dummy thick removable ass.
So anyway, I think Silverbolt's nose cone folds out. Yes, it does. Probably soft plastic, which is why it's soft plastic on the very tip. So that's why they left it in there. Because this is just Silverbolt on his own in vehicle mode. How's that?
When can I go out to be on my own?
How's the lighting on stream?
World to see.
How is the lighting on stream anyway? I'm not sure if it's like too dark or too light. It's hard to tell looking at my phone.
Lighting's good.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure if I needed to adjust like the contrast on my phone or anything. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else I need to do.
I don't know why the crappy Polysure Pinocchio just popped in my head. It just did.
Oh, okay. There's a bunch of weapon storage. Nice. I'm just flipping through the instructions and spotting where all the weapon storage is. Okay, there's a lot of weapon storage here. Nice. So we're gonna start off here just by looking at Silverbolt in his jet mode. So this is just the Concorde mode right here. It's a tiny little Concorde mode. Again, we have these giant little this giant block over here, and he's got storage for his gun right underneath. He's just got this dinky little pistol that you can just store right there, and it just sits right there. Underside, you can see like just again, it's an aerial bot. It's a robot hanging out under a jet. That's kind of just always been the aerial bot's thing. And like the biggest weakness is probably just how these guys that are like the feet are just kind of just sitting there, like breaking the lines of this Concorde. But yeah, I mean it's a Concorde, I guess. And just to compare this to, this is interesting. It's actually like about the same size as the Combiners version. I was kind of not sure what to expect here. So these two are about the same size. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my... does this... No, this is supposed to stay folded up there for this mode, right?
It's a helicopter, and it's coming this way. A helicopter? It's flying something behind it.
Oh wait, no,
I
there's some
can't
wingtips
quite make
back
it out.
there.
It's a large banner, and it says,
Happy go through.
Thanks Giving.
I can't hear them because I have the screen muted, so...
Oh. Yeah, it's playing. Yeah, no, it's playing. Don't worry. I'm just looking at the jet mode and seeing are those wingtips supposed to fold out, or is that for... Okay, I think the wingtips... Yeah, okay, those fold out for the combined jet mode. These tiny little wingtips here. They're meant to stay folded up for the Concorde mode, for just the Concorde mode on its own. Okay. But yeah, so we got these two jets right here. Let's see if I can get these in the palm of my hand so that I can actually just do a quick comparison shot with my other hand. Yeah, like it's interesting to see the difference. I think the biggest weakness looking at him so far is I'm noticing that this whole thing seems curved up a bit. Maybe it's just that this isn't pegged in quite right. That probably is exactly what it is, but let's just see if I can... Oh, I see. Yeah, this guy needs to go underneath and lock in here. So let's get this under. Okay, that goes underneath, and then we need to lock this down over here, I think. Okay, I think that's a little bit straighter. There we go. That's a little bit straighter there for the jet mode. But yeah. So anyway, so that's how the jet modes compare. Just right off the bat here. Similarly sized, which is going to make this whole combined mode interesting, just considering. Like, it's nuts.
Hey, you know what this year is the 60th anniversary of?
A lot of things, but what?
Gamera!
Oh, Gamera?
Gamera!
Okay. Nice.
Gamera is really neat. He is filled with turtle meat. We've been eating Gamera.
But yeah, so we got a similar sized jet though, which is interesting. it's interesting to see how similarly sized. And then you look at the undersides too, and it's like, again, they're very much like robots on the underside, but just rearranged very differently. Like, interestingly enough, I would argue the Combiner Wars one probably does the jet mode a little bit better, just on its own. Like, and it's also not going for the G1 jet; it's doing its own thing. Like, they're taking a lot more liberties with the actual jet, and I don't mind that. It makes it a little bit visually interesting. This one here is trying to be a bit more slavish though. So, yeah, we have this giant block over here, and the gun can actually store in this giant block. I need to just where's the instruction? I was just looking at this just to see how the gun stores. Yeah, because the gun. Oh, I see. Okay. So this gun. Okay. So this thing comes up a little bit here. It looks like. Let's see, and this is all okay. This guy comes down, and I think that's how this pegs in over here. No. I'm looking on the wrong spot. That's me being dumb. Because, yeah, it looks like that this is supposed to peg into the back here. I've got it's a giant sheet, so bear with me a sec. Okay. Yeah, so this all folds up like this here. And okay, so this whole bit goes like this, and then it folds in. Okay, I see. Yeah, so you take this whole bit like this here, and this whole guy is going to just clamp in over here, and it's going to peg in over there. And that gives us this tail fin on the back of this giant block. And now we just start folding things out for the giant wing mode. So we got these tail fins over here, and we've got this jet over here. And this guy is just gonna, we're gonna fold out these wing tips here. We're gonna fold out the wing tips, and we're just gonna tie it in over here, it looks like. I'm just looking to see where all the locking mechanisms are. Yeah, it looks like there's just a bunch of pegs over here. So that just pegs in there at the back, and then these guys peg on over top too to stabilize it. So we have a few pegs in a few different angles. So yeah, we just do this here, and is there anything else I'm missing? Oh yeah, this comes down too. Yeah, this splits and this folds down like that. And yeah, that is the giant Silverbolt mode, where it is. Yeah, this is apparently a jet. Honestly, I kind of love how anime this is. This is kind of like one of those anime as hell things. Like, how can you not love a big, fat, chunky jet like this? Like, just look at this thing. Look at how big this thing is. It's just a giant piece of chunk right here. And again, let's just do the comparison to the Combiner Wars one. Yeah. So this is why this is a commander class here, because we have this giant piece of chunk here, and then we have this not so chunky piece of chunk here. Let's just put it over there.
The thickest Concorde.
Yes, the thickest Concorde. Yes, absolutely. It looks really cool in person. Honestly, I kind of love how absurd this is. Like, this feels like say like some sort of like a spaceship of some sort, or even this is even like aircraft carrier tier almost. Like, you could picture this just say landing on the ocean and just working as an aircraft carrier, and just like just flying having little jets on the back and stuff like that. Like, yeah, you can totally picture this just being somewhere where you could land jets on it for refueling and stuff like that. It's kind of great. Like, just an aerial carrier. Yeah, an aircraft carrier that flies. That's what it feels like. I kind of love this chunk. It's kind of great. And it's pretty solid when you put it all together too. Like, it doesn't, like, when I looked at the tabs, I was like, is this going to be that solid? But then once I actually tabbed everything in, it was like, oh wow, yeah. Amazing. Yeah, and then you just untab the wings and it just comes back out. But because we got like tabs there and tabs there, there's enough there that like just gravity is kicking in and just forces, and it's just staying in there very solidly. Like, it doesn't feel like it's going to pop out. But yeah, Amazing what you can do when you retool. Amazing what 10 years later you can retool this guy into, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, so transformation time. So we're gonna transform this guy. So let's henshin him up. So we fold these back up there. We get him back into his jet mode, and let's see if we can figure all this out. I mean, we got the Superion parts obvious right there, but and the nose cone is probably gonna store for this mode. Of course, watch as I store it, and then it turns out that, oh, actually, for animation accuracy, you don't store that thing. I totally expect that to happen, but yeah, we can see Silverbolt's chest is just hanging out over here, and we have some legs just hanging out over here.
Sending you a meme real quick.
Okay, I
The
probably won't see it
GCAU
right
meme.
away, but yeah, just by virtue of not actually being at my thing, but some nice solid joints here. Like, this feels pretty solid so far. So all this comes down here. These feet come down there. Oh, nice. We got heels too. We got some nice big heels. Big beefy heels. Can't say no to some good sized heels. Let's see what else is there. We got the, oh, nice. Arms are stored inside here. Looks like this whole bit opens up there. Nice. These just come out. Oh, this is feeling really solid so far. He definitely hides his robot parts a bit better than the Combiner Wars version, that's for sure. Like, he definitely hides all his robot bits away a little bit better. So we got all this out here. We got the arms over there. We've got these. Oh, nice. There we go. Some solid ankle tilts there. And yeah, and then we got these big wide heels just to support all the weight of this big jet bit that's just going to have to come around the back. And how does this go? How does all this fold down? Like, I know this must fold down because it's clearly not supposed to stick out like that, but oh, no, there's a fold down over here. Okay. So how's this backpack compress? Interesting. I wonder. Let's cheat and look this up, because I'm trying to figure out how this backpack is supposed to compress now. Yeah, so that fold. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so there's a few things that go on in the backpack here. So this guy comes up. Right, that's why that joint's there. This guy is supposed to pop up here. So it's pegged into something, but what? Yeah, because I can see here that this whole guy comes off the backpack. And let's see if this all comes in the backpack too. Huh, why is this guy just not coming up properly? Oh, there we go. I think it's coming now. It's just a little bit tricky. Just looking to see if there's some sort of trick that I'm missing here. Okay, yeah, no, it's supposed to just lift straight up like that. Okay. Yes, this is supposed to just lift straight up like this. Okay, yeah, there. I'm just being too careful. I'm just being overly careful with this. Yeah, this just lifts straight up like that, and then once you do get it up like that, you just do the standard contortion. You can already see that this has a bend here. This guy needs to just come out, and up on the... Yeah, this comes out and up like this, and then just up like that, and just compresses up here. And this guy, yeah, we unpeg the head from this, and I think that... Oh, maybe the head store... Okay, yeah, the head, maybe it stores in here for this mode. Let me see. Okay. Huh, how do they pull that off? Huh. Oh! Okay. Oh, okay, let's see. Okay, so yeah, so we guess we're gonna leave the head up here, and okay, yeah, there's an entire arm inside here. That's why. So we pull the head up. There's an entire arm there, and then this whole guy. I guess we want to fold this open, and then this whole guy is gonna come down over here and just lock in right over there. And yeah, locks in pretty solidly there. This whole backpack. Then we just bring these guys back over here, and then yeah, and then we just got the combiner head. So now we just have to store this inside. I'm just trying to figure out what the way you're supposed to do that is. Oh, and I didn't even notice here, like he's got landing gear in the back of the combiner head too, just for the jet mode. Yeah, he's got a big landing gear piece in the back of his head. That's cool. And it might help if I pull it out the right way. But yeah, we got this big landing gear right there for the combiner head. Anyway, though, this needs to come back in here. That just comes all the way down like that. And oh, these pop off. These are on pegs. Nice. Okay, let me show this here. So yes, the antennae are actually, I was afraid of this for a sec, but yeah, the antennae are actually like 3mm pegs here. They're just on the side of the head via 3mm pegs. So you don't really need to worry about breaking this when you transform it. They're designed to pop off. And then the antenna just, looks like do they feed through these guys here? I'm just trying to figure out where the antennae go. That's the biggest obstacle looking at this, like where the hell those antennae are supposed to end up. I probably don't need to pop them off, I would think, but let's see. Yeah, it looks like that's supposed to just fold straight in and then we close up the head. Okay. Okay, yeah, this looks right. So yeah, this is supposed to just go straight down in here. And then we should be able to just fold this up. I'm just in a wait, how is there clearance for this mode right now? Because these antennae look like they're getting in the way. Okay. Let's see if I turn it the other way around, if that makes a difference. And no, it does not make a difference if I bring it around the other way. Or does it? Nope. Let's see. Interesting transformation though so far. That's the head. This goes in all the way there, and then I'm just trying to figure out why there isn't clearance for these little antennae for this torso to fold up. There's something I'm doing wrong. I'm doing something wrong. I just can't figure out what. I don't think it's the backpack, because the backpack just all compresses pretty perfectly. But this guy, unless I'm not pushing this guy in enough. No, that should be enough. I think it's just you need to make sure that the antennae line up with these two openings right over here. So, yeah, let's see if I can just wiggle this around. Unless this is upside down. Unless this is upside down and it needs to go down like this. Oh yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, so you need to turn the head upside down. There. And then you peg these in, and then we bring this around. And then we realize we need to unpeg this because that was not pegged in, and peg it back in. So we get these in now. So those all go in here. And I'm just getting the shoulders pegged in. All right, so everything's locked in on the shoulders now, and yeah, that is Silverbolt here in his robot mode. This is Age of the Prime Silverbolt. I mean, he looks pretty good here. There's purists who are probably gonna take one look at this guy, and I'm just looking to see if there's anything else I'm missing. I think this looks about right though. Let me just double check the image. I don't think there's anything else to robot mode, but I'm just going to double check anyway. No, that's the Superion frame side of the pages. Yeah, no, that's right. That's pretty much it. So that's Silverbolt. You can see here, relative to the other aerial bots, he still towers over them. He still towers over the other aerial bots. Yeah. Let's see. Looking at his head sculpt here, you can see that. Oh, interesting. They painted Silverbolt's face shiny. That's a decision when all of the aerial bots have matte faces, doing like a glossy face in Silverbolt. That is certainly a decision, anyway. And why is this not zooming? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why this camera is not.
Of course, he has a silver face. He has silver in his name.
I guess that's true. I guess. Okay, there we go. That's a bit better there. Yeah, we can see here that he okay, that's much better now. So we can see here that Yohi's got his luscious lips that Silverbolts tend to have. If we put the flash on there, we can really see like the face really well with all the luscious lips glory. But yeah, so turning them around, I mean, like, it's a good solid toy. It's an aerial bot. It's got like a giant jet on its back. It's got the strength to actually support having a jet on his back. Like, the legs are all pretty solid. There's going to be people who are going to be purists who are going to look at these and go, wah, hollow parts at the back of his thighs, but screw that. It looks fine. It looks fine. You only see that from behind. And they filled in most of it anyway. Like, just, I hate the hollow parts crowd, generally. But yeah, so I mean, articulation-wise, let's see. We got a ball-jointed head there. We've got, ball-jointed head. We've got shoulders, universal joints, fairly standard. We got a bicep swivel. We got 90 degrees. We do not have wrists. Do we have a waist? I think we do, actually. There is a waist joint in here. It has very little play. Like, the waist joint is barely moving, but it is technically there. What is blocking the waist joint? Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, so he does have a waist joint. Waist joint goes to about there before it's blocked, so it's not all the way around, but he does have a waist joint, which is cool. It's still nice. Yeah, these panels come up here if we want to move the legs up. And then we got a 90-degree bend in the leg. We got some, these are ratcheted as well here too. It is ratcheted at the waist for the actual thighs. Swivel. And I guess that's good because, I mean, you want that ratcheted because of all that back weight, so you don't want him to fall back. And then we got these big, deep ankle tilts right here. And, we got these toes that can come up as well too because of the transformation. So, and they do lock in, like when you pop them in and out of the ankle tilts. So, like, he looks pretty good here. Silverbolt looks good. Let's just compare him to his Combiner Wars counterpart for a sec. Let's see how he compares. I haven't transformed this toy in a hot minute.
Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh.
Is this some kind of twisted joke?
God. Can't go wrong with maniacal laughter.
Kind of going for it.
Sorry?
I was kind of going for, like, Dimitri when he found out, like, Edelgard was the Flame Emperor. That's why, is this some kind of twisted joke?
See, the first Dimitri I think of is the one from Archie Sonic, so. Yeah. Because of course I would. Because that's the first fictional character that you named Dimitri.
I think of our, two Dimitris I think of are either Dimitri from Sly Cooper, who was show your bling and let me shine you, or Dimitri from Fire Emblem.
Alright, so anyway, on this really, really nice Takara deco. Again, like, Takara did a really good job.
Last one of them!
Again, Takara did a really nice job on these guys. But anyway, I'll leave these guns here. These are actually from the limbs. But this is what Takara did for their Combiner Wars Silverbolt here. So we can see here that, interesting, he's actually a little shorter than the Combiner Wars version. And he's definitely a bit better proportioned. Like, Combiner Wars Silverbolt is a lanky dude. Like, just look how long his torso is there. he's almost got like MMC Onslaught level lankiness. But yeah, definitely you can see a lot of the details are still there. Like we got the little wings there on the shoulders. We've got like just even all the sculpt detail actually. Considering knowing that this is based more off the animation model, it's actually really cool seeing those same details translated into things like like the forearms right there, these lines. We got the upper chest detailing right over there. Again, like a lot of that stuff is all still there. A lot of that detail is all still there. I guess we got a bit more difference in the detail in the legs here. And, we got some red over here that is probably meant to homage just the fact, because we got the sides of the Superior chest on the legs because of how this one transforms. Yeah, it's interesting comparing these two. Like, this one definitely feels like you can tell that this one came out, is a newer toy. Again, head sculpts, just to compare the head sculpts here. There's no real bad head sculpts, I suppose. Like, they both look good head-wise. They both look pretty good in their head sculpts. So yeah, so just bringing these out over here. Just interesting contrasting these two toys. Very interesting contrast. So I'm gonna put him back over here. I just want to get him with the other aerial bots here for a sec. And again, you can see here that he definitely towers over these aerial bots a bit. Like, the whole team looks pretty good, though, I gotta say. The whole team here looks pretty good together. Like, yeah, no, they look like good, solid aerial bots, and I want to do just a quick comparison as well, too, just of scale. Because there's Silverbolt with his aerial bots. There's this Silverbolt with his aerial bots. Scale's about roughly the same, actually. They both come up to about a similar point on their respective Silverbolts in terms of height.
There's
so
Crunchytron with his serial bot.
Sorry?
There's Captain Crunchytron with his serial bots. Sorry, it sounded like you said serial bots for a second.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, so we pulled those out for now. We're done with those guys for the time being. Because now we need to look at the other stuff with Silverbolt here before we get into the combine here. We have this giant block over here because this is going to become a base mode. This whole thing is going to become a base mode, like how Menasor had the entire base mode there for the Motormaster from the back of the trailer. And I am just checking to see how that all is supposed to come together right now. Oh! Okay, he has weapon storage in his back too. Okay, I'm just flipping through the instructions and going, ooh, Silverbolt even has weapon storage back here. Because the weapon will come off here, and you got this little piece here, so it can just slot in over here, and we can give him weapon storage right there. And it's even the type of weapon storage. Actually, I really like this. Like, the gun's in here in such a way that it would make sense for him to reach back and grab his gun because it's just like pointing down like that. That's kind of cool. I mean, it's still not perfect, but yeah. So that's how we store the weapon on the back of Silverbolt here. And now we need to figure out how this giant block is supposed to become a base. Because I assume it's a little bit more... Oh, yeah, there's some stuff that rearranges on this thing. Yeah, there's a whole bunch... There's actually a lot of stuff that rearranges on this, flipping through, actually. Huh. Yeah, a lot of little things that move about for this. So just bear with me here. I'm going to have to figure this out. Because, this is going to open up for the base mode. And this guy flips out, I guess. I'm just looking at this here. That guy flips out. What else? And, okay, we have to take some bits apart. Okay, this parts forms a little bit for base mode. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. It's a frame. Yeah, so we want to disconnect the frame over here. Yeah, this all comes apart. Yeah, and then this is gonna... Yeah, that comes apart there, and then we... Oh, I see, okay. Yes, these fold out here. And it looks like those are going to become new docking clamps, I think, or let's see. Okay, this is going to sit down. Okay, this sits down like this for the base mode, it looks like. We just put that over there, and I'm just trying to figure all this out. Okay, yeah, that goes there, and then this guy folds back down over here, it looks like. Okay, yeah, this folds down over here. Okay, and this folds down like this. These come around like that. Okay, does this lock in anywhere? No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like this just sits here, I guess. It's a little too thick for this to slot in. So I guess maybe this just sits here? Oh, no, I'm doing this wrong. That's why. Yeah, okay, this guy comes all the way down there, and then that comes down. Okay, that makes more sense. Yes, then those come around there, and... Okay, yeah, we bring these guys around here, like that. And then we peg this entire assembly. Okay. Okay, we got this whole guy there, and... Oh, those guys are supposed to fold back up. Okay, okay. Yes, these guys fold up here, I guess. Okay. And then this assembly, it looks like this pegs in over here? Where are the clamps for this? Where are the clips for this? Okay, let's see. Okay, this guy goes upside down like this here. And, oh, I see. I see how this goes. Okay, so these actually go around like this over here. And then these clamps here are all going to plug in over here. We have like a pair of clamps. Is it down here these plug in, I guess? I think it's these ones that this pegs into. Yes, that makes sense. This whole bit pegs in over here. And that gives us the front of this base mode here, it looks like. And yeah, no, that's it. And then we just peg the gun on top. Then we just take the gun here. We fold all this stuff out. And yeah, I'm just looking for where this just pegs in up here. I'm just looking for where it pegs in physically. Because yeah, this is the big Superion gun. And it looks like there's somewhere for this to peg in. Does it just slot in? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, we just take this big gun and... Okay, and then we got these slots over here. So this just slots in over there. And that is base mode. That is base mode right here. We just take this whole thing here, put it all together like that, and that is base mode for Silverbolt. So, yeah, I guess your mileage will vary in terms of how impressive this looks. Yes, that's Silverbolt and his big Fortress of Doom. You just put him back behind here, and I guess just have him stand here, like at this gun emplacement. Which, I mean, yeah, it works okay. It works okay there, I guess, as a base. It's something. It's a big, solid chunk. This definitely feels like a solid wall. I'll say that. And speaking of walls, what gets over top of walls is jets. So, before we keep going, we're going to put these guys all back into their jet modes, because we're going to need to do that to do Superion. Let's see. Given we're coming close to the end of the year, incidentally, may as well ask, any thoughts on like what some of your favorite figures this year have been? Strideways. And chat as well too, actually. Chat, like if there's any figures that you loved this year, feel free to shout out what figures those were. Sorry?
Cybertron Sideways.
Oh, yeah, that is a good one. That is a very good one, yes. Very lateral jump too, in that there's things the original does better, but there's things the new one does better too.
Yeah.
Like, I actually really like that. Like, it doesn't really replace the old one, but it definitely improves in a bunch of ways as well. It's a nice little touch. You know, like, I know Masterpiece Rat Trap was really nice this year. I really like, Megatronus is top tier, which is still insane to say that in 2025 we got a new figure of the Dreamwave Fallen specifically, and it was like one of the best figures of the year. Like, that is still an insane thing to say. Like, what the hell, man? What the hell kind of like timeline are we living in? It makes no sense. This timeline makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
So let's transform these two jets, and then we'll do the other two. Like, I think leader class in general has actually been killing it this year. Like, they've all kind of been like really good leaders. Let's see. Yeah, pull the guns out. But yeah, I'll put the question again in the chat. Like, chime in if you guys have like favorites there in terms of like for toys that came out this year. Because yeah, why not? We're hitting December soon, and this is probably actually going to be there's good odds this is my last like toy stream of the year, unless I do one like around New Year's or so, which may happen. But at least until then, this is probably my last one, because even though I have a big build-up, yeah, so toy unboxing advent calendar is going to go again this year, so I'm going to have to start filming those on the weekend. So like all my toy unboxing for December is all going to be like pre-filmed like one toy a day sort of things. Like I have done the last yeah, I think this is going to be the 4th year I've done that, which is kind of nuts. Oh no, it's not the 4th year. I did it pre-pandemic too. I forgot about that. Right. I did it way back in the day pre-pandemic. And then I didn't do it again for a while. And that first time I lucked out because Siege, right, I remember now because that was the year Siege came out. And so I was starting to inject Siege stuff into that. Because Siege was also starting to hit in December. And those are probably all up on my YouTube page right still too. Yeah, that's probably all on camera stuff as well, because that would have been before I was VTubing, so. And yeah, I wouldn't have had a light box set up. But yeah, that's another thing too this weekend. Like, yeah, this whole light box thing, this whole insert is going to be coming out so that I can make room for the whole faux Christmas backdrop that I do every year. I got like a bunch of tiny trees and some fake snow and some cotton balls for fake snow and all that sort of stuff. So there we go. We have what's his name? Skydive over here. Skydive back in his jet mode. We got 3 of them in their jet mode now, but yeah, now we can really compare the jet modes though, just in terms of how different these are. You can really see comparing these now just how, same mold, dramatically different jet modes. There's no shared parts in the actual jet. Oh no, there's no shared parts in the actual jet mode. The entire jet. Oh no, there is. The tail fins are the same. But the tail fins are literally the only shared part. Everything else is new. Everything else is retooled in jet mode, and that is really cool. Like, they really went out of their way there. So credit where credit is due. I'm gonna hold these guys up and do a quick shot of this. And then yeah, then we're gonna do a slingshot. Do slingshot in his like stubby little jet. I really like the slingshot mold. Like, this is a fun mold. It's a legitimately fun one to transform. Like he's been on my desk most of the year, so it's like I have been like just fiddling with him a lot. Like, cause he's a fun fiddle toy to just pick up and muck with while you're playing a game or something. Let's see. And we've got all 4 jets right now. And again, you can really see how different these look. Kind of funny too how much looser these are in all mode. Like just the weapons when you plug them in there versus like when they're in his hands. But yeah, so we have Slingshot over here and we have Fireflight over here. Again, dramatically different. I mean, I guess there's going to be more shared parts in this one because, well, the arms are the same. Since it's the same arms, so that is sheer detail. But otherwise, again, it is entirely new tooling for the rest of the jet. This isn't quite together there. There we go. Yeah, entirely new tooling for the jet, and they look really. It's really nice just how different all these aerial bots look. Like, oh no, it's not entirely new tooling. Sorry, the tail fins are the same. Okay, so these two. I'm just trying to tell if it's the same sculpting. Yes, it is. Okay, the tail fins have the same sculpting. It's just painted entirely different. It's hard to tell. Because like the sculpted detail here is a lot more washed out on this one, whereas on here it is much more prominent because of the silver paint. But it is the same piece. Yeah, it is the same piece. And I mean, yeah, Yeah, so he's got a little bit more of the jet that's the same, but I mean, like, it is interesting just how different the jet shape is, like, especially from the side. Like, you can just see, like, just the actual curvature of the jet has, like, a bit of a different vibe to it. It's just, like, where the wings sit and everything like that. It's cool. It's pretty cool just looking how different all these are. Let me just do a quick comparison of these ones, too. I'm just trying to figure out Let's try holding these up. Like this. Yeah, again, very impressive just seeing how different all of these guys look. So we got those two here, we got those two here. And then we're going to be doing Superion in a sec. But first, because I know ad break is going to be, we got like 5 minutes to ad break, I'm going to just start putting the Combiner Wars one into his Superion mode because we're going to want to compare these two. We're going to want to compare the big guy. So let's pop the Combiner Wars head back out. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because the Combiner Wars transformation, again, I will be honest, it's a very, like, the reason this guy got memed in part is because this is a very, very good torso. This was, like, an incredibly solid Combiner torso, this Silverbolt. Like, it's very well engineered. We got all this stuff here. We got even, like, the way the elbows, like, the elbows have a hard lock right here, so that when you just close them up, they just snap closed, so he's not going to lose rigidity there in the legs. That was very well thought out here. We have, yeah, this whole guy here that, I'm just trying to remember, right, this guy flips up over here. And we have this Autobot symbol here that comes up and hides away. For this mode, that just fills in that comes up and that fills in the entire area and gives, like, the way they built the crotch on this guy is actually, like, really clever, just using, like, the back of the elbows. And then, yeah, then we just have these legs just fold in. It's just a very, very solid, satisfying transformer, this combiner. Like, this is why I can't really hate on Combiner Wars or anything like that, because, like, again, these were very well designed toys. That just slots in over there. These close up and wrap around here. It's all just very, very solid. You can put these guys back over here, I guess, if you so choose. Right, because these slot in over there. That locks in there. And then, yeah, and then we have this entire Combiner torso, which you can bulk out with the guns from the other guys. But, yeah, like, it's a very solid, like, for a Scramble City style, like, I am really glad that they did these just as a return to the old classic Scramble City. Like, it is a nice return. A nice return to form. And then, yeah, then we just fold these guys out here to get to the combiner ports. And again, like very well engineered combiner ports. These just are just solid and thick, and they're not going to break anytime soon or anything like that. Just goes in like that, and now this one comes back in here like this. And again, the Scramble City nature, it's just so good. So yes, we have these two arms that just go in like that. They had decent elbows and stuff too. Like they had really good posability in these guys. Like just using the knees clamped together, his elbows actually did work pretty well. Yeah, so we got that whole lower body there. And then I'll just do the legs really quickly. Legs are going to be just the jets with the combiner port flipped out. And then with feet plugged in. And then, yeah, then they did the whole really clever hand-foot gun setup as well, too. Again, like, lots to love about these. Lots to love about these. And it's worth revisiting. It's worth revisiting these sorts of things from time to time, just to remember, like, that, oh, hey, these toys were actually, like, legitimately good toys when they came out. It's easy to lose perspective sometimes. It's like how, you know, much as I was making all those remarks with regards to Universe, for instance, Universe 2. That being said, like, I still think that Universe 2 Sunstreaker is still, like, one of the best Sunstreaker toys we've gotten. If you remember that one there, Strideways. Assuming you're still in here, but... Oh my god, we got a raid! We got a raid coming! Hello! Hello, everyone! Hello, Sele! Hello, Sele's chat! Hello, it's me, it's General Techno, and we are doing a bunch of Jet Gattai tonight. We are doing a bunch of Jet Gattai tonight. I am just right now in the process of putting... I've got all the new aerial bots back over here. I'm just been in the process here of just setting up the Combiner Wars ones, because I want to do the direct comparison. But yeah, let's... so yes, we've been opening aerial bots. So we got through... I have the two previous ones over here. We got like what's his name, Skydive over here. We got what's his name, Fireflight over here. Yes, RC. Yes, the Transformers Prime RC. Yes, I've actually got that off to the side. Yeah, yes, we got the Transformers Prime. This is the Legacy one over here, the Legacy RC. Like all my other ones are in storage.
What?
Nope. Sorry, we got raided here. And yeah, for Raiders as well too. I've got a special Turkey Day redeem there as well. I've got a bunch of clips from the WKRP Turkey episode all set up, like just in a loop. So like the more you reveal, the more it will play out that scene.
What a sight, ladies and gentlemen! What a sight!
Like that, yeah. Like that. We got like we're on the third one now. I've got like 15 clips there total. So, but yeah, so Silverbolt back over here. Silverbolt's pretty solid, honestly. It's a solid Silverbolt. We got the little all the combiner junk back over here that all turns into a giant, like, kind of aircraft carrier, just big ass vehicle. And then this all combines together to form just a giant wall. Like, the giant wall mode is kind of neat. It's also fun note with this whole combiner thing. This combiner stuff, this is heavier than the actual toy. This whole thing is like noticeably heavier than Silverbolt himself.
Illumination thought they were clever by saying, "Oh, the minions went to hiding around 1812, so they wouldn't get involved in the American Civil War or the World Wars or any of the horrible stuff that happened." But it still means that the minions were active during Columbus's colonization of the Americas, the conquistadors.
Well, yes and no. They would have had to get on a boat. They would have had to actually get on a boat. Although Columbus is the kind of guy the minions would have worked for. But I don't think the minions would have been competent enough. I think the main argument against the minions being involved in any of that stuff, funnily enough, is going to be... All right, and we are back from ads. I lost track that ads were starting soon because of the raid, but yes, again, thank you for raiding in, Sele. I hope that your stream was great. If you need to rest, yeah, by all means, do whatever post-stream care you need. But yeah, we're going to get back to it. I'm just making a quick Blue Sky post here advertising that we're Gattai Superion right away. But yeah, anyway, the Minions Curse Thought. I was just telling Strideways I was going to save this for when we came back. So with regards to all the War of 1812 stuff and how we were getting into Columbus and Minions somehow, because of course we were. So yeah, so my cursed thought there is that, what was it? It was like that the reason Columbus went out was because he had minions, and he wanted more competent labor that he could enslave than the minions. So the minions are responsible for Christopher Columbus because of the fact that they were so bad at being slaves.
Yep, that makes sense.
And there, I've given you some cursed minions lore now. I hope you're happy.
Yep.
I hope you're happy now.
Yep.
You asked for this. You asked for this. So yeah. Anyway, so I finished doing this guy during the break as well too. And right, I left my tea over here. But yeah, this is the old Combiner Wars Superion here. Specifically, this is the Takara Unite Warriors version. This is an almost 10-year-old toy now, which is kind of insane. And I keep bumping this whenever I sit down. But yeah, it's an almost 10-year-old toy. This is the last take that we got on Superion, and it was a very good take, honestly. Some people, I've seen remarks of people complaining about Combiner Wars and whining about it, but these were good toys. For what it's doing, this is a very good toy. But we want it out here because I want to compare to the whole Gattai, because it is a completely different philosophy for how this transforms. Because yeah, the newer combiners that they have been doing, with all this are using a frame setup, whereby they have this giant frame over here, that comes apart, that becomes a whole bunch of combiner pieces and stuff, and that just builds this into a whole action figure that you essentially bolt all the guys onto. So it's going to be a case of, we're going to take Silverbolt here, he's going to get subsumed by the frame like it's some sort of Eldritch Abomination. Yeah, so it's going to, like some sort of Eldritch Abomination, Silverbolt is going to get subsumed by the frame, and then we are going to clamp all the different jets on, because that's how they drew combiners back in the 80s. Again, a lot of decisions on these toys are motivated entirely by... Sorry? Oh. But yeah, a lot of the decisions on these toys are motivated entirely by... because of the 80s, that's why. That is most of the newer Transformers things these days. And it is very much a mileage will vary thing, because some people aren't fans of it, some people are. But anyway, so we need to...
Like, fans of what?
Oh, about how, like, everything is, like, it needs to look like the 80s?
Yeah.
Like, some people are not fans of that stuff, some people are. I
have mixed opinions on it.
Yeah. I think there's good, and I think there's ill. I'm just looking ahead to see how we rearrange Silverbolt for the Gattai. Because first we need to take Silverbolt over here. I've zoomed out the camera a bit there to fit everything in. Actually, I can probably just get away with that. What's our zoom right now? Okay, so anyway, so we got Superion back there. I'm going to just zoom in a little bit more while we're doing Silverbolt and get into the slightly better view here. So yeah, we're going to put him into his torso mode. Let's see if we can figure this out. I mean, we know right now already that there is a giant ass head in his belly. So we're going to pull that out there. I think that we need to... 80s roller rink vibes. Interesting. Is that? Huh. I'm just trying to think. What do you mean by 80s roller rink vibes? I'm trying to parse that in my head now.
Huh?
Oh, I'm responding to Sele there in chat. So. But let's see. Yeah, so we need to put him into a bit of a brick mode. He needs to become a Canadian furniture retailer, because nobody beats the brick.
To be fair, you have to have a high IQ to understand Rick and Morty.
To understand, sorry, was that a Rick and Morty joke?
Yeah, to be fair, you have a pretty high IQ to understand brick and mortar.
Okay, yes, it is very saturated, and that is a good shockwave design too. Like, I will say that for Shockwave, I do love how many good Shockwave. I love how Shockwave is one of those evergreen characters in the sense that it is incredibly difficult to pick the best Shockwave because there are so many great Shockwaves. Like, he just continually ends up being such a good character in like pretty much every media he shows up in. I can't even remember what I'm trying to think of what the worst Shockwave is now. Because it's hard to pick a bad Shockwave. Yeah, so these all fold up in here. Like, he's just such a consistently... There's just so many good takes on him. Like, Prime Shockwave was great. You got Dreamwave Shockwave. You got Marvel Shockwave. You've got... like, funnily enough,
Titanium Shockwave.
They were going to. Like, Titanium Shockwave almost happened. We've seen prototype images, and it looked good.
Yeah, for a Titanium.
Yeah, but I mean, like, honestly, the later Titaniums were definitely getting better, and the big thing Titanium had going for it was just the fact that they had Don Figueroa doing all the designs, because the man actually was one of those artists who actually knows who... he had a background in toy customizing, so he just customizing his own stuff, so he very much would design things with how is this going to transform in mind. Yeah, so Superion, this is the whole, I think this is everything for this. Oh no, there's some stuff at the back I need to change up. But we're almost done transforming the giant block for Superion, the giant Silverbolt block. I'm just trying to see, there's some steps here. At the back, I think still. I think the backpack needs to come around a little bit. Okay. Interesting. The best Shockwave, that's a hard one. That's an even harder one, I think, than worst Shockwave.
Animated Shockwave.
For best? I like animated Shockwave, but I would not put him in my top 3.
Siege Shockwave is also pretty high up there.
Sorry, which one?
War for Cybertron Siege Shockwave.
Okay, yes. It's a Steve Bloom Shockwave, so yeah, of course it's good.
No, War for Cybertron Siege. The
one
that...
Yeah. Are we talking toys or are we talking characters?
Toys.
Okay. If we're talking toys, actually, I do have to put the animated toy up there. That's a very good Shockwave toy.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about characters.
No.
If we're going characters, then I've got to say IDW Shockwave is still the best.
Yeah, that's a hard one because IDW is great. I really like Cyberverse Shockwave. I actually really like what they did with Earthspark Shockwave too, honestly, where they made him a zealot who hadn't really given up that the war was over.
Yeah.
Plus, he had the spider tank from Cyberverse. But kind of.
Cool.
Yeah, he had the cool spider tank. But yeah, so this is what Silverbolt becomes for the combiner mode. He is just this chunk here for Superion. So like he is not. So we've still got an entire torso and legs. And again, like it's kind of interesting just comparing him to this one here. Just seeing, he is still he still kind of folds up into like less mass of the combiner mode actually. Interesting just to contrast that. Like there's less mass of the combiner mode on this guy. Oh, right, the cow, yes, in Earthspark, yes. The cow got around. That cow got around a lot.
What cow?
Oh, there was a cow, like, that the Maltus had. They had a cow on their farm property. Like, there was a storyline where the cow ended up, like, on a train track or something, like, went missing, and there was a whole story where they needed to try and find the cow. Okay, but yeah, it looks like that the rest of this here... Rest of this, we should just be able to break it apart and break it down, and we can probably figure out a lot of this stuff. Because we got these 2 big blocks here. These are going to be the arms and legs. Yeah. And then we got this big ass box over here. I'm just seeing, I guess if I want to get the screws behind, we can do this. Some nice clickiness to this. And, oh, nice. We have a Return to the Combiner Wars style joint. I wonder. I'm going to try this in a sec. But, yeah, we got a Return to the Combiner Wars style joint for, like, how the legs actually bolt onto here. And we got all this stuff here for the torso. Where's Silverbolt? Silverbolt is over here. This guy, this is all gonna bolt in over here. Oh, how does the kibble? Okay, how's the kibble go around this? Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, that's why this folds up. I see. Now, Hodo. Okay, so this guy, I can see here. There's a peg here. This is gonna fold in. We're gonna want this at a 90-degree angle because this is gonna fold in back here. There's a tab and slot right there. Then that slots into the bottom there. So we've already got 2 solid connections. This guy, yeah, it looks like these are going to slot in up here. So this whole kibble guy is going to go in over here and reinforce this even more. And then this all comes just down over here. And is it like this that it goes? Or yeah, this all goes in over here. Okay, wow, this is all a very solid connection back here. And yeah, and then you fold these wings in there, there. And then, yeah, and then this just comes up and plugs in there. And that is the entire torso. This is actually, like, incredibly solid. Most missed potential. Most missed potential for Shockwave. I'm thinking now. I'm going to say IDW2 Shockwave didn't really get much play. There was some interesting stuff to him, but he kind of got the least he didn't really get a huge amount of play. Although, actually, no. I'm going to go with G1 Cartoon Shockwave. G1 Cartoon Shockwave kind of got the biggest short shrift. Like, especially when you compare to how much he was doing over in the Marvel comics.
Oh, yeah. Like, in Marvel, he was a bigger badass than Megatron.
Yeah, he probably spent more time leading the Decepticons than Megatron did. Like, Megatron did not actually lead that often. But, yeah, so this pulls apart here, and we can see we got some arm and leg stuff. We got these big-ass hands, and we got these big-ass things here, and we got this is going to come around over here like that. We got these giant arms, and we're going to have to peg jets onto these, and it's going to work, and the whole jet gimmick is going to work similar to Menasor in that the arm jets actually split apart. So we're going to peg the arm jets in. They are going to, I'm just trying to spot which ones those are. I think it's these two here it's these two that are the arm jets. You can see here we have all these pegs over here. So they are going to Gattai in here, and I'm just grabbing the box to remember which one goes on which arm. It doesn't actually matter, but does the box art showcase this? Not very well, actually. Okay, the red one goes on the... Okay, I think I see, yeah. Yeah, so this guy's going to go over here, I think. So we're just going to tie this jet on over here. And again, we have this little tab here. This is going to go in here because there was an entire... I didn't show this off earlier, but there's an entire spring-loaded in here mechanism where we push this in. And once this is in, that is going to allow the entire torso to separate on these guys. And I'm going to showcase that just because as it's designed, because the whole idea with this is that you clamp this guy onto the arm like so. We have a bajillion connection points. We got a connection point there, got a connection point there. Clamp this on nice and tight like this. And then we should be able to just full on just separate the arm. Let's see. Is there something else I need to do? Because it should just be a case of... Yeah. Actually, I'm going to fold these in here. Yeah, these come in here as well. Pop these weapons off. These are going to come down. Like that. And then we're going to just... Should be able to just separate this out. I'm just trying to remember... Is there a step I'm missing? Because I know with Menasor, it was pretty straightforward how those worked. And it was really cool. It was really cool how this... Or do I need to unfold the... Hold up, I'm just trying to see if the... Okay, I think I need to unfold some stuff here first. Okay, so these... yes, these come out like this. Yeah, I think let's go to the other arm. Yeah, because that comes out there, and these are, yeah, the whole way this works is this is supposed to come out like this and come down. So we should be able to, if this is all in properly, we should be able to just, oh, yeah, we should be able to pop this apart and split the jet, but that doesn't seem to be working. Let's try on this arm. Because, yeah, we got all this here. We plug the jet in nice and solidly there. And then this should just come out. Okay, this doesn't seem quite as well engineered. Interesting. So, yeah, because if I take this out separately, we should be able to pull it off. Where we put this in, and then this should, yeah, and then this just detaches like that. Then that just straight up just comes out, and then we can peg it in. But I want to try and do the whole cool look at how this combines vibes, because Menasor did that really well. Menasor did that very well, and I'm just trying to see if I can recreate that at all. There we go. Okay, yeah. So it does pop out like that. Takes a little bit of force to do, and then you just pop them out like this. Bring these all together like that. We're going to pop these guns out, store them somewhere else, I guess, because that comes in there. Then we can just fold these guys in over here, I guess. And yeah, and then we got this just giant-ass arm here with just a, yeah. We got a giant-ass arm over here with just some stuff bolted onto it, and I'm just trying to find storage for these guns. I guess I'll leave this here right now. Yeah. So we got all this stuff over here. I'm just double checking that this is how it's supposed to go. Do they actually show in the instructions how the other aerial bots go on? I don't think they do. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, yeah, so it's supposed to be, these are supposed to go out like this, okay. Yes, these are supposed to go out like this. That makes it easier. Yeah, so anyway, so that is the Gattai here for the actual arm. You bring all that stuff out like that. We end up with this big solid block here that is just this arm. And it's got like a 5mm peg there. And then we can just slide that big solid block over top over here. And we have a whole soft tab lock mechanism in there. So we should be able to just slide this guy just straight down. Yep, that just slides down on there. Nice. So that slides down on there. And there, now we have this big solid connection here for the arm. I guess we can't really peg this in for this mode. Oh no, we can. It's just... Okay, I guess just this shoulder kind of gets in the way of being able to just peg this thing in just straight like that. Once we got this big ass arm on here. Because yeah, it's really solid joint here. Really solid joint, like for this arm, like very solid connection. All right, so now we're going to go back to the other arm. And again, I'm going to just try and do the actual... I want to do the cool Gattai method if I can. But it's just not working right. I'm a bit sad. I'm a bit sad because they put all this effort into doing this whole gimmicks that you can get it so that you can combine them properly without having to remove it. But yeah, it's just not working great. It's just not working that great. So let's just try this again here. Maybe I just need to unlock it. Maybe it's just been a while. Let me just try unlocking this manually. Yeah, okay, because yeah, this comes out really easily now, of course. So let's see if I can get this working again. Because yeah, I just want to do the really cool reveal. That's the whole point of this, isn't it? Just to do the whole look at how cool this can be. Like they went to all the effort to engineer these guys so that you can just transform the arm and have them come apart. And it worked, again, this gimmick worked really, really well in Menasor. Which is why I'm kind of going, what the hell, man? Unless there's a specific order you're supposed to do this in. Let's see. Yeah, because it shows for actually putting the things on. It straight up shows that you're supposed to be able to do this, and then you're supposed to be able to just split it up like this. You're supposed to be able to take the two jets, and you're supposed to be able to split the arm down the middle. There we go. There we go. Supposed to be able to split the arm like this. And if this is all pegged in properly here, it should allow the waist to unlatch. So maybe it's not properly plugged in all the way down there. There we go. Let's see. Because this should just, there we go. So this, yeah, it just takes a little bit of force. You get the waist to unlatch. This all comes down. It's just a little trickier than I would like. And then, yeah, then we just take this guy here. And again, we pop this back out and just slide that down in and lock. And there we have two arms. And the legs are just going to be straightforward legs. We got this port over here. We got this port over here. This just folds up there. We got these feet that just come down too. That locks in. This guy comes around back here. And this is also going to lock in. Like I can see exactly where it locks in. There we go, like that. And you can see which one goes where because just where the ankle tilts are. So yeah, we got the foot back down. Oh, no, this guy comes up first, then get the foot down. And then, yeah, then we take these out. We snap this together. And, yeah, and then we got 2 feet over here. We got 2 feet with ankle tilts, and now we have to figure out which jet goes where. Because it's like the Combiner Wars one that we just like snap the jets into the back of the feet, and then that's going to close everything up. And yeah, we can see here we have these 2 pegs here, and we have these 2 slots here. Yeah, we have those slots there. These are all going to like slot in over here. And I really do not know which one goes where. I'm guessing at this here. I'm guessing at which one goes where because they're both going to work. Yeah, so we just slide this guy in over here. And yeah, the way it's going to work is that as this guy goes in, it's going to just close up this thing like that. And that's just going to give him his filled-in shin. And again, it's a case of, why are you putting this on the back of the leg? Because that's how they did it in an 80s cartoon way, way back in the day. Like, that is literally the only reason that these things transform the way they do. But we also need to bring this down here, too. We need to bring all this stuff to the back, because otherwise it's going to cover the whole knee. So, yeah, so we do all this here. We bring the head down like that. We bring this back over here, I guess, too. Then we peg now we can peg all this stuff in over here. So we peg this in there. Peg this in over here. There, nice and solid. And there, now we have this filled in area over here. And the details are the same on both legs, so it really doesn't matter which one goes where. Just that, yeah, you just fold up the jet, and it just goes like that on the back. So again, we'll take this here, transform the jet. Do this, bring the head down. And then again, we can just come around here and just Gattai it into the back. Let's just do it around this way so you can see it move from the front. Like this here. Yeah, so this just all closes up like that. Fold it in the front there. Bring these guys back. And just lock these in there. Just folding all this stuff out of the way. And there we have these 2 legs here. And then we can just slot them into here. And before we keep going, the important question, I'm going to pop one of these off quickly, and we're going to just see, are these Combiner Wars compatible, these feet? And the answer to that is, kinda. Combiner Wars ports do work here. You can use the Combiner Wars legs in this guy. It is the same style port. It is sized. It's a bit of a tighter fit than Combiner Wars, but it does fit. So yes, you do have that option. if you really wanted to grab a couple of jets there and have like the jets on the front. And also, like on this one too, technically you can do it like so that the jets are facing the back, but yeah, again, they took liberties here and just did the whole more sensical version of doing this where you have the jets on the front, as opposed to going for slavish cartoon accuracy. So yeah, so now we take this guy here. I'm just making sure I got the right ankle tilts. Yeah, this slides in over here. Goes in pretty swell. These are very solid. You can just slide this in. Oh, that one's on backwards. So yeah, so we just take these here. Again, just come around the back here. You can see. Put this in. This is going to spring up. This is just going to go in all the way. Nice and solid connection. And then we have these ankle tilts. We just spread the ankles. And there we have Superion in his combined form. His 5-man combined form, which is not in frame right now. So we're going to have to change zooms, and we're going to have to do this. And there we have Superion in his full glory. We've got the gun over here. I'm going to just see if this is supposed to Gattai onto... I don't know where the smaller gun is supposed to store, but we have his big combiner gun right over here. Big combiner gun is just going to go in over here. And it actually does have another secondary peg up here just to secure the gun when you plug it in. So that gun is not going anywhere anytime soon. I see. I think the other gun just plugs into the top of the rifle. I'm just double checking that right now, but... Where is... I'm just checking the rifle instructions here. Oh, that's how that goes. Okay. I see. Oh, he's got 2 different gun configurations. Interesting. Okay, so the way this is supposed to go is you're supposed to plug this in here, and this becomes the barrel of his rifle, because Superion always had this giant-ass rifle here, this giant, lanky-ass rifle, like on this toy. He's got this giant, lanky-ass rifle. And we can plug it in like this, or there is another configuration that it shows, and that is where we plug it in over here, I think. How's this go? It's because it's showing that we bend this up like this at an angle, and I'm just trying to see how this is meant to peg in. I just saw this in the instructions. Let's look again. Because yeah, there's a whole alternate configuration for the rifle here. And again, I assume it's one of those things that's like because cartoon, but let's see. Oh. Yeah, for this alternate configuration, it's just a case of we flip this around like that. Oh no, that doesn't flip around, okay. Okay, well this goes around the other way it looks like, and then we bring it up like this, I think. And, okay, how's this supposed to go in here? Okay. I am seeing a thing in, yeah, yeah, the alternate configuration is when you take it like this here, I guess. And yeah, this is the alternate configuration for the gun. And no, the alternate configuration is when you do this. And I just keep flipping or dropping this instructions here. Yeah, so we take the gun like this. Here? Oh, I see. Okay, I get how this works. Okay, so this is, yeah, so one configuration for the gun is this here, where we just plug it in like this, I guess. Yeah, so we have you can mount it on his arm as an arm cannon. If you do the gun like this, that's why that peg is there, so you can arm cannon this thing. Or we take everything down and we, what's the other configuration? Is it... I think the other configuration is where this is just like the barrel of the rifle, and then you just bring this guy out here. Yeah, and then you just bring it out like this, and then you just actually hold it like a gun. So yeah, you got 2 different configuration options for Superion's gun, which is neat. I like the option of having an arm cannon. Arm cannons are always fun. Arm cannons are always good in Transformers. So let's look at articulation on this guy. So let's start. We got this really good head sculpt here, some up and downs, some side to side all around. And just bringing this down here just to take a closer look at the head sculpt. Let's zoom in a bit. Switch to the other camera. Yeah, it looks good. It's a nice looking depiction of an animation head sculpt, which is a really weird looking head sculpt, but it's accurate. So that's really what. So as far as people are concerned, that's good enough, because that's how Transformers fans work. So we got that. We got those shoulders up like this, around like this. Some nice solid clicky joints. And then we can even bring it up like this too if you want to get even more movement out of the arms. Again, it's very solid. Like it just locks up here when you put it up there. This whole ratchet locks very solidly. Again, we got a swivel over here all the way around. We got another ratchet there that's 90 degrees. Wrists go all the way around. Hands do not open up. It's just a 5mm peg, unfortunately. Let's see. Waist. Waist joint is a big, strong waist joint that goes around like this before it gets blocked by his own back kibble. So a good amount of range. Again, clicky joints. Clicky joints. This part folds up there to allow for it to move. We got a swivel over here. We got a swivel around there. We got this jet that's trying to like escape back there. What else? We got these giant ankle tilts here. Giant ankle tilts. We got the swivel there. And knees. Knees, we have about 90-degree knee bend here. The jet starts to get in the way of the knee bend, but I mean, it's a combiner. You're generally not going to be doing crazy, insane poses with these things. So yeah, I'm just picking this all back in, but that is Superion in his combined form. That is Superion in his big combined form here. Let's see what else is there to show off here. Yeah, so just doing a quick comparison between these two. This one is definitely taller. You can see here that it's about half a head, maybe a head taller. Hard to tell. It's somewhere in that ballpark. Somewhere in that general ballpark in terms of size comparisons. I mean, like this one cleans up really well too. Like again, look how clean the backpack is on this guy here. It's a very clean backpack. Like looks really good from behind. And again, it feels like a solid action figure, which is like the whole goal that they've been going for with the frame system. Just essentially building like action figure type guys. And I forgot to put his guns back in over here. I guess we can do this here. Put these guys back in. Over here. Like that. I mean, I guess you even have the option too. We got these 5mm pegs here. You could even say put the guns over there if you wanted to seat the gun. You only have them on the front, but we could do that and just give him some cool looking guns there on his shoulders. But yeah, but the fact is he can store all his weapons in this mode. He looks really nice. Let's do a few more comparisons here. Let's compare with a few more things. We got Superion there. We've got RCO. Yeah, stickers fell over. Let's fix the sticker display. Yeah, we got Alpha Trion over here next to Superion, just to give an idea of scale in terms of the size differences between these two. And then of course Prime RC. Again, this is entirely because Prower in like Saley's stream there like suggested it when I was throwing out what figures do you want to see with Superion. So there's Prime RC right there. What else we got? I got some other big boys to bring in. Specifically got this guy over here. We got Devastator. Let's see how big he is next to Superion. So bringing in Devastator. Devastator is still quite a bit taller and bulkier, as he should be because he's 6 guys. It makes sense. It makes sense. He's six guys, so of course he's going to be bigger. And now we're hitting the limits of, yeah, there we go. So yeah, there is Devastator and Superion all together now. I'm just adjusting my camera. Like, yeah, I love just like, yeah, you can really see when you put them like side by side like this, just, they're both wide guys, but just like how much bigger and bulkier Devastator is. Like, it's as it should be, but it looks great. They look great next to each other. Like, it's a really good comparison. Like, just put them side to side here. You can really see here just like how much taller Devastator is. Except maybe not at this camera angle, but there we go. That's a bit better.
That's a big Devastator.
Yeah, and even then, it's not the Combiners Wars one. The Combiner Wars one is massive by comparison. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is what we've got here for these comparisons. So that is, we can take one off the count, I guess. We're down to 29 things to unbox in my grand queue. We are down to 29 things. So I'm going to pull Devastator back out of here because we need to start getting ready for the next big thing. I don't know if I'm going to have room for Superion in here, actually. Let's find out. Because we got Superion over here. He is big. We've established that he's big. But what if I took this...
Yeah, he's not small. No.
Anyway. With that said, can I get this box in here at the same time? Yes, I can. Because here's a size comparison of Superion with the next box we're opening. And I've got my camera zoomed out all the way. Let me just try and get this here like this. So here's Superion with the next box that we're opening here. Just to give an idea of size of what we're doing next. Because next we are doing this big boy here. We are doing Helmsman. Again, this is the Fans Hobby retool of their Overlord in the Skyquake. I have not actually messed with their Overlord mold before, so this is going to be fun. Yeah. He is a big boy. He's a very big boy. And I might actually start ads early purely so that we get like an uninterrupted hour of looking at him. Because, yeah, like that's never a bad thing to have. So, yeah, I think we're running a bit early on ads, but I think we're going to run the ad and then we're going to go straight into Skyquake and we are going to take a look at him. And we are going to check out just how massive this guy is. I've got a couple of things for comparison out, too, that I'm going to bring in. I might need to grab one or two more during the break as well, too. So we are going to start ads shortly and just get a bunch of time out of there. So we will be right back in about 3 minutes or so. So good time to stretch and grab whatever you need to grab. And I will see you in just a few minutes. All right, and we are back. We are back, and we are showing off. We are about to get into opening up the Fans Hobby's giant skyquake there, Helmsman, the leader of their predators.
You're taking too long.
Yeah, I was just in the other room grabbing another figure, so. Because, yeah, he is a big boy, and we are going to want to do some proper size comparisons with this guy. Because, again, big boy. Big, ginormous boy. And I've got a lot of stuff I want to do comparisons with. But yeah, we did Superion earlier there, and Superion's not a small guy. Like, he's like a little more than a foot tall, and then we got this big boy here who is just like gargantuan by comparison. But yeah, so to give a bit of background on this, so Fans Hobby, they're a third-party Transformers company. They've been around for a number of years now, and they've done a lot of stuff. And they have gotten into the habit of doing TFCon exclusives every year. Every year they will do up, they will repaint, they will, through the Chosen Prime, the retailer there, they will do up like a new head, a couple of new parts, and a new deco, and they'll release one of their existing figures as another pre-existing Transformers character usually. They've done a whole bunch of varieties there. Let's see, like 1 year, for instance, they got creative and they did their Minerva figure into Windblade, but Windblade is a car, which was a really inspired. There were some QC issues with the guns, but it was inspired. But the thing they have been doing the last few years at various TFCons is they have done a lot of late G1 characters there. They have done a lot of European G1 characters. And they have been slowly but surely building the entire Predator team from G1. The entire Predator team from G1. Like, for instance, this is one they did the other year. Yeah. So this was their, what's his name? Of course I'm forgetting names here right now. But this was one of them here that they did from their Double Dealer mold when they did Double Dealer for Master Force. They did them up here. And yeah, and it worked really well. They also did this in the Machine War Soundwave too, because they engineered in alternate leg transformations when they designed this guy. The main thing is that they took out the bird mode in Double Dealer when they did this guy. They took out all the bird parts in order to fit in tooling for a few new parts. Like, a lot of these guys are Power Masters as well too, because they're all Master Force characters. So they all tend to have Power Masters somewhere on their body. But they look really cool next to each other on a shelf. They are also all very, very massive. They are very, very, very massive. They did do one of those guys at general retail as well too. I think you can still find him in some places. But I picked him up the other year because I was like, well, I don't want to miss out given they're doing all these guys, because they did their God Jinrai into Thunderclash. So this is their Super Jinrai here. They did a bunch of new parts. They did like they did a piece that goes over the roof here. They did a new head. They did a new deco. They did new guns. And they turned him into Thunderclash here from late G1. So now they have done, and he actually does have the smaller Thunderclash robot as well too. They just redid the trailer as well. And it's still the same. It's the same like Super Jinrai trailer that he's always had. It's just done up in Thunderclash colors, and we get this really nice giant Thunderclash when that's all combined. But yeah, now we have someone to stand toe-to-toe with him. We have a guy who's going to tower even over him, because, like, the Fans Hobby Double Evil mold, their Overlord, this thing is massive. I have seen them in person before. I have never messed with this mold. I have seen it in person, but it is huge. This thing is gigantic. Like, this is put in context, like, this light box is about 2 feet tall. These shelves here, this whole inner setup is probably about like 22 inches or so, like, tall, when you get it all set up. So yeah, this is a big box. Again, I will point out how big this box is. It is genuinely massive. And we're going to open it. Oh, we're going to open it. So I'm going to pull Superion down just to make room while I get this handle this box. Because, yeah. And you can see here that he has a couple of Godmasters as well. He's got the Overlord, Godmasters that he comes with there that still go into the chest. And he has a bunch of new tooling as well too. As you can see here in the images there, they have changed out the chest panels to evoke G1 Skyquake's chest panels. And he also has a new head. I believe there's also some new weaponry as well too, like the gun is new. I think some of these parts are actually reuses from some of their other Predators. But yeah, so he's got a new gun there as well. And we'll see what else there is new as we open him up. So, whew. Okay, first thing I'm noticing here, styrofoam. We have a big block of styrofoam in this thing.
Ugh.
No, they do their packaging. They do their packaging right. Like a lot of the times when they do the Master Force stuff, they design their packaging just to look like as accurate to like the original as possible. So like a lot of the Master Force guys do.
Like, styrofoam is not great for the environment.
It's not, no, but I mean, like these also aren't like massive production runs either. And on a toy this big, you're gonna want something that is this secure when you're spending this much money on a thing. Let's be real.
That's fair.
Because yeah, I pull this all out of the styrofoam here, and this is what we have inside. This is what is inside that giant mound. I am just going to adjust my camera right here. Get everything set up. Can I zoom in at all? I'm just seeing if I can get onto the other lens. Okay, so we got this whole setup in here. This whole ginormous setup. And yeah, we got some cutout foam here. And you can see here we have a giant jet here. And we have a giant tank here. Like, oh my god, look at the size of these things. And we got another little cut of foam in here just because of the tank, because of the actual tank gun. So let's ease this guy out. I'm just trying to figure out how to ease this out. Probably coming from the back. Yeah, there we go. So come at it from the back, slowly ease this out like this. And there's the tank. We got a bunch of parts taped into the styrofoam here too. We have a bunch of missiles. They've had these on a lot of their Predator jets, so it's like the same missiles that they've had for the Euro G1 guys. And we have a couple of base mode accessories here. Because yes, this is still an Overlord retool and of their double evil mold, and it's got the little base bits. So I'm just gonna put this back up here. We got a couple of Godmasters in here as well too. These are just Mega and Giga, just done up in different colors. So again, I'm going to put those there. I'm going to put this tape back over. It's not very sticky tape. The tape is there. Like it's the sort of tape where it's like, because it's a solid box, that tape isn't going anywhere. But it's not actually that sticky. It's not that adhesive. And then yeah, the giant jet here. Let's see if we can slowly get this guy out too. Yeah. Okay, we got those unpegged there. Slowly but surely. Okay. Big block of foam. Oh, there's a block of foam in here too. There we go. Take this block of foam out, and now the jet should come out properly. And then we got the little gun in there too. I will grab the gun in just a sec. I'll just grab the gun out off camera because we just got the standard Overlord gun right there. And let's see. We got all this stuff over here. I'm going to just put these guys over there. I'm going to close all this stuff back up just to get all the packaging back out of the way. This is all going to go back in the box. Right, there's the thing I was looking for. Seriously though, oh my god, the size on this thing. And oh, and there's another bit too. I almost missed. On the underside, we have another cutout here because we have the new gun. We have the new gun that they did up for Skyquake. That is just underneath. And this just comes out like that there. He has a giant rocket. Because credit, they actually usually go pretty well in terms of doing new parts for all these guys. But yeah, I'm gonna put all this in here. Put the box off to the side. And there we have this instruction book here. We have a little file card. We have some stickers. Yeah, we have some little stickers for the jet mode, it looks like. Just like some mouths and stuff to put on the side of the jet. We'll see if I use those. I might. But yeah, and I'm gonna want these instructions. Because I do not know what I'm doing with this thing. Yeah, so we have this giant ass jet right here. We have this piece. Yeah, we have some sticker stuff just to protect the chest from getting scratched. Let's put that in the box there. So yeah, so you can see here that the chest, like the original G1 Skyquake, is a translucent green plastic there. And you can see that it's still it's the pectorals that Overlord has, but they have full on retooled the pecs. The pecs are fully oh, yeah, I was wondering what that is. Okay, just a little blemish in there. That's out. But yeah, so they have fully retooled the pecs here, so they are still the classic Godmaster doors. And then they added this little guy down here too, just to finish the look. Because, like if it was just Overlord, they would just be going up to there. But they added this bit here just to finish the whole look and seal it all up. So yeah, so we have this giant ass jet over here. So let's just transform this stuff back here. Bring the wings out. Take the thing off the cockpit there. And there's the giant jet. Again, this is a big ass jet right here. Big ass jet. And the tank is also a big ass tank. Again, this comes off here. We have a little cockpit for the Godmasters. We have a little cockpit here with an entire Oh my god, look at this here. Look at this little console. Let's see if I can zoom in. There we go. Now we got on the better lens. Okay, look at this little console here. It looks like it's die-cast and stuff too, the actual console. Like, just look at all the little details on this thing. Look at all those tiny little buttons. You just want to push them, and then we got just these, controls here for the tank. But like, just the size of this thing. Oh my god! And then we got just really solid. It doesn't do a full 360. It looks like. That doesn't surprise me because it's probably splits, and that's really hard to do if you're splitting it. But I'm just going to make sure everything is pegged together on the tank mode. Looks like it is. Looking on the other side, you can see here we have the ramp here for base mode right there, stored underneath the tank. But we also have working treads on this thing. I'm just trying to see. Can I turn these under their own power, or do I need to just run these on the ground? I'm just running these on my leg. Because these are clearly meant to run. I'm just trying to see if there's something I need to do to get them to work. Because they seem a little stuck right now. Yeah, like it's all geared and everything, and so they're clearly meant to be working treads. Yeah, they do turn. It's just very, very stiff. Yeah, again, we have these two ginormous vehicles right here. Just going to adjust this downward like that. And just to put in perspective for height, let's do a quick size comparison here. So we got the jet up like this. We got the tank up like this. So there's the jet and the tank together. And just for the sake of comparison, let's bring Superion back in. So for comparison's sake, the tank is almost as tall as Superion is. Tank is almost the size of Superion. And what else? And as for the jet, the jet is taller than Superion. Like, just this guy is massive. Massive. And yeah, again, like I know Skyquake was originally just a jet in G1, but I guess they were Everyone has been wondering for a while what mold they were going to use for this guy to do Skyquake. Like it's been a running question in terms of, well, how are they going to do this? And now we finally have our answer. And yeah, it's pretty impressive. So we got the instruction booklet right here. It's just showing all the stuff here with regards to, okay, fighter mode. Let's see, yeah, so folding out the wings. And, oh, there's some more stuff I need to do here for this, it looks like, for the jet. And then I'm just looking at this here. We got the fighter mode. It's showing the combined mode here. And do they put the base mode in this? Oh, yeah, and they have the base mode at the very back of the book. Cool. And, oh, nice, nice. Yeah, and this has LED stuff in the actual weapon again. They did the same thing with Double Dealer's weapon, but they had electronics in there. So we have all this stuff over here. So let's get him into his fighter mode here. Let's put this whole thing into the fighter mode. Let's see. So bring this around. I'm just looking to see what else there is. Oh, there's landing gear that needs to come out. Okay, okay. Okay, so I'm just going to fold up these tail fins again for a sec. Just going to fold these tail fins up just while I'm doing this. Oh, I didn't even get the wings out all the way. Okay, yeah, the wings come out even further. Yeah, the wings come out this far. Wings have a double joint in them. So they come out this far, and then we, looks like, let's see. Looks like we bring these arms out. Yeah, we bring the arms out, and we fold these guys back out here. It looks like. Yeah, these panels come out here, because that's where the landing gear is. Landing gear is in here. So you fold this out here, and then you close it back up, and then we, yeah. So yes, he has full landing gear. And then you just close it up like that, and just clip all this back together there. So yeah, I like some nice concealed landing gear, and it's well concealed too. And then just close it all up here again, and then just clip this back together. And then we got some landing gear just up here too. I think this is that where the landing gear goes up, John? No, it's not. No, the landing gear is all the way up here. Okay, okay. Yep, okay, so around here, front of the jet opens up. And then we can just, I might need a spudger for this. Because it's just, yeah, this comes down, but it's just a matter of getting a grip. Yeah, I'm going to need a spudger. Gonna need a spudger to get this out. I think. It's just a matter of just, can I get a grip on this? Because yeah, these open up here, and then we're supposed to just be able to pull the landing gear down. Yeah, I just can't get a good grip in here. Because there's no way to get at it from the other side, so, you know, we just need to... Yeah, it looks like it's just meant to be like here that you do this. So I'm just trying to get this out. Okay, there we go. Here it comes. Here it comes. There we go. Yeah, and then you just do it there. You get this nice satisfying snap when it's out all the way. And that landing gear is going to just stay there. And then there, we have this whole jet here with its landing gear. Look like these guys came, yeah, those guys came out there. Yeah, so this, bring this out over here. This is the full fighter jet mode for this guy. Yeah, this is the full fighter jet mode. And then, of course, we got like his little missiles here too. We got all these missiles are going to store in the jet as well. Let's look at this. Let's get this open and let's store some missiles on the jet, shall we? Yeah, we got all these little guys here. We got these bits here, and the missiles are... Okay, so the way it's going to work for the missiles is because they just essentially made new parts so that the missiles can actually lock on using existing stuff onto the other side. So you can see here that these guys here are going to just... Oh. Why is my light flickering here? Weird. Okay. Anyway. I don't know why the light's flickering. Like, there's no actual light sources flickering here, but... Anyway, so the way this works here is you just plug these in over here, and yeah, then we got these little guys. I guess we could actually plug these in separate too, probably. I don't know why the light's flickering. Is the light flickering on your end on this thing? Weird. Let me just, hold up. I'm just going to stop and start this again, just a sec. Let's just stop this and then restart it. See if that helps. See if this helps the actual stability. Okay, I'll turn that flash off too. Maybe that'll help. Because yeah, we can just put these guys in on the bottom of the wings here. And then the idea is that once those are in, and that's how they made use of these missiles that they tooled for a bunch of the other guys, so that you can still use these missiles on Skyquake. On Helmsman, I suppose, is the third party name. So yeah, so he has the Skyquake missiles here. Yeah, it's funny. As I said, a lot of us were wondering how the hell they were going to be tooling Skyquake out of one of their molds, because we all knew it was coming. And there's actually only one more guy that they need to do to have the entire Predator team done, and that'll be TFCon LA next year. But we actually know what that one looks like, because in the photos for Skyquake, they actually leaked the last guy. Yeah, so there's how the missiles store. There's how all these little missiles store, like on the underside there. And then, yeah, and then we have this giant-ass jet that is just... Actually, I'm gonna risk this because yes, we got the big jet here.
I'm gonna check out for now, but I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, thanks for popping by. But yeah, we'll keep taking a look at this guy though. Meanwhile, and I'm just grabbing a thing for comparison, just to give you all an idea of how big this is. I've got a tank lying around right here that is really going to just underscore just the size of this thing. I wanted to bring up a thing too and just double check. I just want to double check a thing here just to get an idea of like how much retooling they did for the jet mode. Because yeah, okay, the jet mode I don't think has a massive amount of retooling to it. But just to give an idea for the tank of how big this is. So, jet is going to go over here for now. This is 86 Megatron. This is the leader class 86 Megatron. Here is 86 Megatron next to this guy. So yeah, it is to say the least certainly a comparison. Just how big this tank is. And yeah, again, we get this really nice, really solid clickiness as we bring this thing around. And we aren't even done with stuff too, because we've also got this giant ass missile right here. Yeah, this is the same one. This is the same missile that they did for Double Dealer. It's the same part. It comes apart the same way and splits in the two guns. It's just, yeah, so it's again them just making use of tooling that they already have. It's got a little battery cap at the back here. I don't know if I'll bother with batteries. I don't know if I have the right batteries. I might. I got batteries for Double Dealers thing, so I might actually have the right batteries. But it's just, yeah, you would pop the battery cap off here and just put the batteries in. Actually, it's really easy to load. Yeah, and I like this here. They actually have a little cloth here so that you can actually get the batteries back out easily enough by just pulling on that cloth. What does it take again? Because my battery thing is right next to me. LR44s. I might have some of those. Let's see. Let's see if I've got any LR44s up here. Right next to me right now. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, we got some LR44s right here. I don't know if they're any good, but we have one LR44, so maybe not enough. Yeah, this takes 3 LR44s. I think I've only got the one, unless I got more batteries down here. Let's see. No, those are smaller ones. Okay, yeah, I do not have enough LR44s to show this off. Unfortunate, but oh well. I've got a lot of other batteries, but I don't have any more LR44s. So let's close this drawer back up. And let's get back to this. I can show the basic gimmick though, I think, because yeah, that's right, because the double dealer one has the gimmick. So I can actually show you using did I put batteries in this one? I can't remember. I don't know if I did. Let's see. Did I? Yeah, this is what I mean though. It's like it's the same thing, it's just different colors. Yeah, this one I can't get open. And okay, yeah, no, I didn't put batteries in this one. Okay. All right, no point in putting batteries in. Cause yeah, it's just the batteries just go in the back here, and yeah. So anyway, yeah, this giant ass thing here is going to store on the back. We have a little port over here, you can see, and it's going to plug into this little port here. It looks like, and that is how the missile is going to just store on the back of the jet for this new giant ass gun. So yeah, we got that there. And I guess we're gonna start with the transformation. There's not much else to show off. I guess there's the little Godmasters. I guess we can show off the tiny little Godmasters. Because we got these guys here. They turn into the engines, and they can also go inside. We got the Mega and Giga ones over here. Okay, again we got Mega and Giga right here. Let's just turn on the light. Just show them off. We have some chromed engines on the back. Again, it's just the Mega and Giga tooling, so nothing special there. I'm just looking to see which one goes where. I mean, it doesn't really matter because they're different characters, but it matters to me. It matters to me in terms of like which one goes with which vehicle. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else I'm missing here. Oh, and those store too. Okay. So those, yeah, so I'll put those in the tank as well. I just found where the base mode stuff stores. Okay, so Mega here. Yeah, I think it's Mega that's the tank. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so anyway, so just looking at articulation on these guys. They're pretty standard for their Godmasters. We have ball jointed shoulders, which can go up like that. They have tiny little heads. The heads are on a swivel. Tiny little swivel for these heads. And again, look at just like how fine the painted detail is on this head here. It's very fine. It looks very good. And then yeah, we got ball joints here at the hips, and then also just bend up and down. And they can kind of do the splits if you go out like this. Again, it's just because of the transformation. And then we have a knee that goes all the way around there. And we also have a 90-degree elbow. Oh no, it's not quite 90-degree elbow. No, it's actually a very limited elbow. Elbow only goes about this much. So not very elbowy, but yeah, I mean they're meant to. Their transformation is entirely just to facilitate the Godmaster modes. So yeah, so we can take him out here, bend his elbows, and we can put him in his little cockpit over here, and he'll just sit down like this. Bring the arms up. Put him in the cockpit here, and then we can just bring this guy down, and then we can put the arms back down and have him driving a tank. Yeah, so we can just sit him in there. I'm just trying to figure out how this is supposed to I guess we put these down like this here. And then this should close up around them. It's supposed to. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, it closes up right there. So you can see that we have enough room for him to be able to see through and pilot this thing. And there is actually storage for the base mode accessories in the tank. I was just flipping through the instructions and spotted that. Because yeah, we can open up the front panels of the tank here. Like so. Take these two base mode accessories, and we can just straight up store them right in here. And it's pretty intuitive as to which one goes where. Like you can see here that there's like full on like sculpting here in terms of like just showing, oh, this goes here, this goes here. So yeah, this guy goes in. Just making sure I do it the right way. I think, yeah, in like this here. So yeah, these both store in pretty well. Like it's full on sculpted to make room for these. And let me just close these back up. And now we don't need to worry about losing those accessories. All right, so we got all that. I think this tank is supposed to roll, looking at it here, because yeah, this is all geared. It's just not rolling very well. I think you need to, I think the idea is like you would push this on a hard floor or carpet or something. Yeah, these are geared. You can see that the treads do roll a little bit. It's just, they're not rolling very much. I don't know why. Yeah, it looks like these should roll all the way around. I just don't know why they're not rolling. Because even if I put pressure on it on this flat surface, it's not going to. I might need carpet in order to get that to roll. But yeah, and then the tank gun obviously goes up and down like that. And yeah, and then we got the Overlord barrel over here. Where does this store? Gun looks like this, just folds up like this here. And let's see where we clip the gun in. Gun clips in where? Okay, that's where it goes in base mode, but where does it go in his... Because they're pretty good about storage on these things, and this came with the original toy, so I assume it stores. Unless the gun was meant to store where that missile goes. It's possible that yeah, I think it's possible that the gun just goes there. I'm just double checking this. Okay. Let's see. I think we're going to transform the tank first, though, looking at this. Yeah, the gun, I can't actually... Oh my god! The gun compacts more than this. Yeah, so, anyway, I'm going to bring the gun back out. Bring the gun back out to its full form, because this is how the gun comes out. This is the Overlord gun. And, yeah, wow, it all compacts up like this. So these fold up here, and then the barrel retracts into the gun. And then it... oh, and then this folds in, too, on top of that. So it comes all the way up like this. It just compacts into this tiny little bit nub over here. And I'm just not sure where this actually pegs in. It shows it as an optional weapon for him, but I'm just not seeing where it actually goes. Weird. I'm just seeing if there's anything that's mentioned on the instructions here. I don't see anything. Oh, no, it does store. The gun does store it. Look, I think the gun does store, if I'm reading this right.
Would you care for some tea?
Yes, I would care for some tea. Thank you. And then, yeah, we got all the Turkey Day redeems, too, still. I've got a lot of those chained in. But yeah, no, this is a big boy.
The helicopter seems to be circling the parking area now. I guess it's looking for a place to land. No, something just came out of the back of the helicopter. It's a dark object. Perhaps a skydiver plummeting to the earth from only 2,000 feet into the air.
Yeah, let's see. Anyway, so let's start with the tank, I guess. Oh, and I guess we'll show I'll put the pilot in the jet there in a bit, but let's start with the tank. Let's transform the tank into legs just to get the tank out of the way. Because it is a big-ass tank. And I'm just flipping around to see where all this goes. something like this, I generally want to just actually check the instructions. But yeah, we start off by pulling this off here, and you can see here that this is just going to come out. This is just a ramp for base mode. This just comes out. And we can see here the numbering on this too, because they did a limited run on 600 of these. And I have number 169. Nice, nice. So yeah, there's only 600 of these that exist. And once we pull that off, it is just a case of we just split the tank down the middle. We King Solomon this thing. We use whatever the hell his noble phantasm is in Fate, and we just split this entire thing down the middle. Yeah, this just comes apart like this. How are these tabbed together? Do I need to pull these out? Maybe. No, those are base mode things. Those aren't locking mechanisms. Really? It's not? That's sad. Okay, I'm just in that whole trap of I do not want to. I have mucked with fans hobby stuff before, and in trying to rock something and be careful, I actually did more damage. So I'm just, because it just shows you just splitting this apart. And the bottom here seems fairly together. Yeah, these are tapped together really well at the bottom. Because I was wondering if these were locking mechanisms, but they don't appear to be. I'll pull them out anyway just in case, but I think those are just for base mode. Let's sputter this. Because I can see the tabs here. I think it's just going to be a case of just pull it apart, but again, I am just in that paranoid mode right now of I don't want to break anything on this very pricey toy. Especially after I just started going on about the limited run nature of this. I think it's just going to be a matter of because there's one tab right there. If I can slot in this spudger, that'll probably be enough to force it to split or not. What am I doing wrong? Oh, no. Yeah, we got it most of the way. Okay, and then I just need to get it across the rest of the way. Oh, okay. Delete self from existence beam? I'm sorry, what? What? I know Fate is full of anime BS, but what? That is...
There's no parachutes yet. Those can't be skydivers. I can't tell just yet what they are, but... Oh my God, they're talking!
Yeah. God, that whole WKRP episode is classic, though. You walked into me opening up a giant-ass... trying to split this tank in half. King Solomon style. Because it's most of the tabs just split apart, but then there's these last two tabs here that are just being very particular, and I'm in a very paranoid, I don't want to break this because expensive toy paranoia, even though it probably is fine. Because I have nearly broken a fan's hobby thing by trying to be really careful with it before. So that's what's spooking me. But let's see if I open some of this stuff up, maybe this will help. If I pull some of these feet out and stuff, maybe I'll be able to see a way through. Let's see if I can give myself a way through this thing. Yeah, because if I pull this out here, okay, these are actually pretty solid. I don't know why I'm worried. Look at this here. These tabs are full on just separate pieces. That is actually okay, so I actually can apply some force here. They're just very, very tight. And I'm already getting like half the transformation done here. Oh my god, that's crazy. Okay, so let's see if there we go. Okay, I actually can rock that. I wasn't sure. And yeah, okay, I was very uncertain, but again, look at this here. They full on have separate like palm plastic here, just in here for these attachments. I was very paranoid when I was doing this because I was like, is it attached? Where's the plastic attached? But as soon as I opened this thing up, I guess you want these connections to be rock solid. You want them as solid as a rock, but yeah, like those snap really well. And yeah, I was afraid of like shearing these tabs, but these tabs aren't going to shear. You can see here they are separately attached inside the tank. These are just full on separately attached. Let's adjust this here. There we go. Yeah, they're full on separately attached, so that's not going to be a concern, which is nice. And I can already see like how this is going to bits of how this is transforming here. Like for instance, we unpeg these threads here, these slide in, and then these slide in over here. Like I haven't even looked at much in the instructions, and I've already like figured out that much. So we got all this over here. Then we got like oh my god, this is just yeah. And then this guy comes over here. We got this guy. Nice, this is somewhat intuitive so far. Okay, and then yeah, we got the thigh there. So this whole guy is gonna have to come down. This guy. Let's see, this is the foot. Okay, so the foot comes out there. This comes out over here. Ah, I see. Yeah, and then this all goes up over there. And then we got an ankle right over here too. So that's the giant ass foot on this guy. And this guy is just going to fold up over here, I think, and down like this, I guess. Looks like it. Yes, then this guy goes in over here, and this guy is going to... how does this go? Oh my god, sorry, let me catch up this. No worries, no worries. Turkey dinner's important. Delete self from existence beam. Yeah, I'm just catching up on chat here. He kills himself and he's completely erased from the throne of heroes. However, oh my god, it was supposed to kill them and that didn't work. What is this? What is this? Is this like the how 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo tier stuff? Oh my god. Solomon, you're an idiot. I thought Solomon's whole thing was supposed to be wisdom. But it doesn't sound like it. The way you're describing it, say like it really doesn't describe it really sounds like a guy whose whole nice, that comes out too. Sweet. And then we get a little toe. But that sounds like a guy whose whole thing is supposed to be wisdom, being like the dumbest guy out there. The whole I'm going to delete myself. Especially since Solomon wasn't exactly like he doesn't strike me as like necessarily like an altruist. Like that's the guy, he's the guy who full on like named all the different demons and stuff, so or whatever. And oh, this is cool here. So this actually pops out a bit too when you pop this out, so it just thickens the foot a bit. Oh my god. Oh, that is funny. That is funny. Okay, so so nice. This folds in over here, that stores in there. That's nice. And then what else? This guy folds in, this comes up. We got the whole tank thing here where this guy's gonna unpeg and push in. And then this guy pushes in afterwards, and that all just locks in. So yeah, we got a lot figured out here on the legs. These come out. Oh, is this a slot? Oh, that's a rail. Yes, that comes down there, and then that comes in over here. Okay. Okay, I'm getting this now. So yeah, this rail comes down. We bring this guy in and snap this in there. Yeah, we got this Overlord. We got these Overlord feet slowly coming together. The boots are coming together. Nice clicky boots. That comes around there. We got a heel that comes out there. We got this whole giant ass foot right here. This probably moves a bit. Incidentally, say like, oh my god. Maybe by erasing him, all it does is just like erases his memory of himself, erases him from like the world's memory. So like he's not actually dead, but everyone thinks he's dead. Maybe it's one of those types of things. So like so he erases everyone's knowledge of himself, including him. Oh wait, no, these store in the legs too. Okay. Or do they? I'm just looking at this. Yeah, those fold in there, then those go. Yeah, that folds around onto the side. I'm just looking at how all this goes. And then then we need to bring this whole panel down like this. This guy comes down as well too. Yes, this guy. Okay, that's why this wasn't going down. This guy unlocks, comes down here. This all locks in over there. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. So maybe he did something. Maybe it's just a weird heroic sacrifice thing. I don't know. Okay, so this guy, I think that folds up in here. Or does this fold up more? Okay, that goes all the way in there. And then this whole panel here should then be able to come down, and looks like this is okay. That's not letting it go down all the way. Yeah. Auto. Oh no, there we go. Okay, so yeah, this all comes down here. Oh, nice. And then this is going to slot in over there. Cool. Yeah, so we bring all this guy down all the way over here. We can see here that this guy is... Oh, okay, this is for base mode stuff. Cool. Yes, this all comes down here, and then that just locks in there. Then this guy locks in over here. All right, and there we got 1 foot. We got 1 foot here. Let's bring the other foot down. Okay, this guy folds in like that. This comes back down. This comes down. Very straightforward transformation so far, which is nice. So this all comes here. And how does the tank kibble go? Is it just like that, or? Yeah, it looks like the tank kibble just goes like that. Okay. And yeah, that's the legs. That's the legs on this guy. Oh, or no, I think I'm missing a step on the leg. Am I missing a step on the legs? Let me see. I'm just looking because it's like, oh, those seem a bit... Oh yeah, I'm missing something on the legs. I think. Because that is off... Yeah. I'm definitely missed a step on the legs. Hold up. I'm just looking for where this is, because I'm pretty sure that needs to pull out from the... Yeah, let's take a look around here. Yeah, this thing needs to center itself. So I just need to figure out how that works. Because this guy is clearly... There's a rail right there you can see. There's probably a button or something somewhere. Because, yeah, that thigh needs to center itself. I'm just looking to see how that centers itself. Oh, it just pulls out. Okay. Okay, so this thigh is just supposed to pull out. Like this. There we go. Yeah, it just slides. Yeah, it just slides out like that. And there we have a centered thigh. Yeah, oh my god. I don't know, like, honestly, I find that hilarious, the idea that, like, the guy whose famous thing is wisdom is, like, the dumbest guy ever. There's something kind of hilarious about that. Actually, maybe that's why he retconned himself out of existence and can't be summoned, because he is supposed to be wise, but he invalidated his entire existence by doing the most dumbass thing possible. And that's why, I guess. I just explained it. Boom. So yeah, so we have these 2 giant legs here. Yeah. 2 giant legs. Again, I'm just going to do a quick comparison with the legs. Let's bring Superion in just to compare to the legs. And Superion is, yeah, these legs are big. They are big legs. So let's put the legs off to the side, and then we are going to start working on the body. let's pop this giant gun off there. Let's fold these back up there. And let's see, a lot of this is probably going to be pretty straightforward. Like it's an Overlord, it's not like an overly complex design. I think there's more, I think there's more steps for the tank legs actually in this than the other stuff, than the jet. Okay, but let's see. Okay, so the first big thing we need to do here for the jet transform is there's a button right here that we press, and pressing this in unlocks this whole bit here, I guess. Oh, you press it and it okay, you press it and that lets you pull this out, I think. Yeah, there we go. That you press that in, that unlocks the little tab over here. There's a spring-loaded tab that just lets this come out. Or you pop it off the ball joint like that, which it's probably not supposed to do. Where did that come up? Where did that go? Okay. Oh, that's the head that flew off. Oh, yeah, that comes off altogether. Okay. Yes, this is supposed to come off because it's a shield, right? But yeah, head just flew off somewhere, I think. And I got this. So where's his head? I saw a head fly off. That's funny. Oh, here it is. Ooh. Oh, this head sculpt. This head sculpt. So this is the head sculpt on this guy. This is the Skyquake head sculpt. This is top tier. Like, just look how good this is. Oh my god. Like, just the blue there and everything like that. And it's just on a big-ass ball joint. It's actually not on as solidly as I thought it would be on the ball joint. Yeah, that's why it came off as easily, because this head is not on the ball joint super solidly. So just be careful with that. Because yeah, it's just a case of, for this, again, I'll just show this again. So the head normally is down there. And for this guy here, to put this, oh yeah, see, the head just popped off right there. Okay. Yeah, this head is not on very sturdily. Like that, that's why that flew off, because the head was probably not fully attached. So this is just a case of we bring this in here. I'm just trying to relock this just to show this again. And yeah, bring it around. Yeah, I already popped the head back off, just trying to reseat this. Yeah, it's a very shallow joint. Very shallow ball joint here. Maybe if I bring it around like this, or I'm just trying to make sure that I can actually get this back on. Just to showcase this, how this is supposed to work. And instead I just keep, okay, let's see. Okay, so this goes on here, and then we slide it down like this, I think. Okay, and we just pop the head off again. I'm just gonna... Okay, let's just see if I can figure this out. I just want to make sure I know how this is supposed to go on and off. Because this just goes in over here. Oh, is this supposed to slide, or? Yeah, I'm just... Okay, yeah, so this goes here, I guess, and then... So how is this supposed to lock in? I'm just a little bit bewildered looking at this, like, how this thing is even supposed to stay locked in. Oh, wait, no, there's some tabs right there. Okay, locking tabs are over there, and then just do this in. You press this guy down. Okay, this isn't the greatest design. I guess you just slot it like, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how this is meant to actually go in. Because I can't figure that out yet. Unless you're supposed to open these up first. Let's see. I want to just make sure I know how this whole guy is supposed to work before I keep going. Yeah, because it just shows here. All it shows is just like pressing the button and then pulling this off. Yeah, because the button is just gonna. Okay, the button is just gonna press this out. Okay, so this is spring loaded as well too. Okay, so this is supposed to go in. Okay, I see. So you press it in like this here when we're putting this back on. Let's see. Put it in like this here, and then I guess we need to line up both these sides there like that. And I don't like forcing things, but it is. Huh. Seriously, I'm just trying to. This is puzzling how this is supposed to even get back on. I want to make sure I know how to do this. Apologies for the distraction here. I'm just. I can see that this slides in here. Doesn't feel like it's the best design. There we go. Okay, it just takes a little bit of force. Yes, the way you would normally do this is you press this in and then you bend it up like that. And then you would just have to slide this. Yeah, bend it up like that. Press this in. Bend it up like that, and that's how this is supposed to come out. Okay. Okay, but yeah, anyway, that head is on a very loose joint. I'm probably going to have to tighten this up. So, that's off now. And now we can keep going. So arms, they're going to come out like that there. This whole back guy over here, looks like this comes out. I'm just seeing here. Okay, this whole panel lifts up, it looks like. Oh, yeah, this whole panel lifts up, it looks like. And, oh, no, we need to pull these out. Okay. These come out here, and then we lift something out of here. Where'd my instructions go? They fell off my lap. Okay, yeah, so it looks like we open those up there, and then we fold. Okay, we fold this guy here, it looks like. Okay, yeah, this guy comes out there. And then oh, okay, and then you fold these back up. Okay, the important thing is just to get this guy out. And then that unlocks this entire thing here. And then we can move this up. Okay. So this just comes up then and just locks into the back. We got a couple of tabs there that are just going to slot into the back. And you need to move this guy out of the way, I think. I see, yes. This whole guy, there's a double joint here. So this needs to come out there, but then this also needs to come down here. Yeah, like that. So this needs to come down all the way like that, because that allows the double joint to work up here, and that allows that to lock in there. Yeah, so like this. Yep, this is how that goes. And then we just come over here. We got all this stuff here. Let's fold the landing gear back up. Landing gear goes back up. And then, yeah, then we have, yeah, these open up here. These come up in there. Yeah, so it's not a very complicated guy. And it's just, I'm just making this harder than it looks because I'm just trying to be careful with my expensive purchase. Okay, so these fold up here. Oh, and these do tab in there. Okay. So when I get this right for how these fold up, this little tab here should peg in. Okay. And that should secure this whole assembly. There we go, like that. That clicked. So yeah, so this little tab here is what's important. This is going to slot into the bottom of the arm of the hand, and that is going to lock this entire mechanism up. Yeah, it's just not going up properly. There we go. Now it's locked in. All right, so those will be nice and secure now. And what else? Let's just bring the arms up like this. Oh, cool. Cool. So these guys here. Yeah, so when we bring these out, you got these guys here. Looks like, oh, wow, these compress. That's cool. Those compress. Yeah, those compress like that. And then what else? Oh, these can swing around too. Cool. And yeah, I'm just looking here. That's showing the bit with doing the hands. And then these come down like this. And then, yeah, we're almost done. Yes, these just come down like this then. And then these guys are going to come out. So we need to, how's this work? These come down, okay, these come down here. These guys are going to pull up, it looks like. Okay, yeah, we unlock these and then we rotate these around. Okay, so we rotate these around and bring them inside, like this. Okay, that's cool. So these lock in new positions. Yes, these guys come up. We lock them into their new spots there. And then we just, let's see, bring this up like this. And what next? And then the shoulders come out. Then we bring the, yeah, okay, so bring these up like this here. And then we can bring the shoulders out now. So yeah, this shoulder can come up. Oh, okay, maybe I did have this wrong. Yeah, I think this is supposed to go look more like this. Let's see. Because there needs to be enough clearance for the shoulder to come all the way up. Yeah, so that goes there. Okay, and then yeah. Okay, so leave these up here, and then the shoulders are going to come up like that. Okay. Now leave this up here. And then yeah, the shoulders are going to swing up. Let's see. Okay. I see. Yes, this guy, we want to keep this guy. That's why that's on a separate piece. This doesn't move while the rest of the shoulder moves. Okay, so this guy stays there, and then the rest of the shoulder is going to swing up like that. And these guys just sit there. Nice. And then we can bring these back down like that. Yeah, so we got his big pauldrons there, and oh, is that it? I'm just looking here. That might be it. Yeah, that's it for there, and then we just put the legs on and do the finishing touches. I mean, it's an Overlord, so it makes sense it's not going to be that complicated, but yeah, just pop these on. And then I'll have to readjust to get this guy in frame. Yeah, all you can see right now is just this giant ass. What? I'm just trying to make sure that he doesn't fall. Doesn't seem quite balanced here. I'm just trying to play with the legs a bit because he feels like he's like just leaning a little bit forward right now. But yeah, let's zoom out. Let's zoom out and get this thing out of frame as much as I can. And there we have him. There we have the big boy. There we have the big boy there. And it looks like there's a few things that remain as steps, just for doing things like storing the ramp. So we need to go around back on this guy. You go on back to this backpack. Looks like we lift this and what else? This is going to fold in. Oh, okay. Yeah, this comes up here and then this folds back down like, okay, this folds back down like that, it looks like. And then while we have this open, we take the ramp bits and the ramp bits from the tank ramp, wherever that went off to. Yeah, right over here. This is going to come apart. This ramp is going to come apart and this is going to store. So yeah, so this guy comes out here. Yeah, this guy slides out. As soon as I see where it slots in. As someone who's ham-handed, I'm just very nervous with doing these sorts of things. There we go. Yeah, it's just a long. These are just long tabs. Long tabs. So just pull it out straight like that. There we go. And then we just take this guy and we fold the rest of this up like this. And then we can store this whole chunk in the back. Yeah, this just pegs in back over here. And I think it goes in, is it like this? Or I'm just looking for where this slot, how this slots in. Okay, we use these two slots here. And these peg into... Ah, these peg in over here, I see. These are going to peg into these two slots over here. Okay, I see. Naruhodo, I think. Okay, so yeah, this comes all the way up here. Okay, and then yeah, then this slots in here. As soon as I don't drop it. Yeah, this just goes in over here. This whole thing stores. No, other way around, other way around. That's why. Okay, so this whole thing just stores like this. And then we just close this back up again. And then that's just going to go like that there. So there. That's how that stores. And the other bit there, where does that go? Other bit. Okay, the other bit is going to go onto the actual big gun. So let's bring this guy around. Let's get him into a sturdier position. Yeah, he is big. He is big. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. There we go. That's better. And okay, next up, yeah, I close that back up there. It's got the whole thing for the legs in, and oh, there's even a locking mechanism. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't see that the first time, but there is a little button on the side of these for locking these in. Apparently, I'm just checking. Yeah, there's a button right here on the side for locking these. I guess you're supposed to. Yeah, I guess we probably don't need to press it for putting them in, but for putting them out, you're going to want to use this locking mechanism. You're going to want to hit that button to actually get them back out. And yeah, then we just take the gun over here. We take this big piece. This is the big shield. It's Overlord, so big shield. This opens up like so. And then this guy is going to just come in over here. Oh, I see. Yeah, this guy looks like it just comes in here. Yeah, that just closes up like this. That's cool. So you just close that up there. And then Overlord style, you would just take this here, you take this here, and yeah, okay, we got these two little slots over, we got these two tabs over here on each side. That is just going to come up, and that is just going to slide into the shoulder pad up here. And I'm going to put the landing gear away before we do that. Yes, this is just going to slide in. Yeah, that just slides on over there. And he is just really doing the splits now. Let's fix this. Let's get him standing. Yes, big robot. Okay. And we got him standing up now. And what else? There's that. I'm just looking to see what all we got. Right, we got his big ass gun here. Again, this is just the double dealer gun. I was looking. I don't have watch batteries to run this thing, so I can't actually run it right now. But it's the big ass double dealer gun. So you just pull down the trigger here, and we put this in his hand. And what I really like about how Fans Hobby does their guns is I really like the way they design them in that they have a little rail system. They have a whole rail system here where you take this rail and you just slide it down the back of the hand. And because of that, it is not going to fall out. You just slide it down like that. It's going to be nice and secure. It's a fairly universal system they use in all their toys. And there, now we have a big-ass Skyquake gun. He's got this big-ass rocket gun. And he's got the big-ass Overlord thing. We haven't even touched base mode yet, jeez. Yeah, so we got all that, and what else? Quoi d'autre? Oh yeah, we got the little Godmasters. Yes, we got two little Godmasters here. Yeah, we can just pop that back on the ball joint, and we can just fold these up into their godly configuration. Their godly configuration, like so. And yeah. Again, very straightforward, Godmasters. Like, yeah. Really well done transformation on these. Like, just, I like how they have the little fist there that goes inside the back of the thigh. This is pretty much like how all of them transform. They've done enough of these. They've done pretty much like a bajillion of these, and then they just change the tooling on them. And then, yeah, so we can just put these in the chest. So these big panels open up there, and we just slot the Godmasters in here. And I don't think it matters which one goes where. They're just Godmasters. But yeah, we just slot one in here. Yeah, one in there, and then we put the other one in over here. Oh, nice. And putting it in, as you can see here, activated the weapon gimmick. Yeah, so pressing on the Godmasters actually activates all the gimmicks. This one here, if we press it in, should activate. Yes, you'll need to tilt this up a little bit just to deploy this. But pressing this Godmaster in is going to activate the chest gun. And then this one here is going to just pop out those launchers. And then we can just close this up. Close this up over here once we got all this in. And now this one's not closing quite as well. Maybe it's, yeah, this Godmaster's not in quite as well. I'm just checking to see if everything's lined up right. Because it's not going in quite as solidly. Yeah, because they only go in the one way. Okay, so yes, please close up there. And now he's got like his double Godmasters in there. Now we just adjust his legs. And that is Skyquake here. We can give him his other gun. We can give him his other gun right here. Pop this whole thing out with all these really cool bits and give him the Overlord gun. Slide this in. And there we have him. There we have Helmsman, the leader of their whole group. Yeah, he is big. He is a big boy. And we're going to have ads very shortly too, it looks like. So when we get back from it, we're going to just like ogle him until the ads start, which should be in any minute. We're going to just turn him around a little bit. Let's ogle him a bit. And when we come back, we are going to get right into doing all the base mode stuff. Yep. When we get back from ads, we are going to take a look at that base mode. But yeah, like, oh my god, he is just huge. Huge. I need to do size. All right, and we are back. We are back, and we are still taking a look at this big guy. So yeah, you can see here, I've got him in the box there with Superion. So you can see just how much taller he is than Superion. Like, he is huge. I mean, Superion, I guess I can adjust the ankles a bit, but level him out. But yeah, like, massive figure. Massive, ginormous figure. It is kind of nuts. And I need to look at articulation too. So I'm going to pull out Superion, and we're going to do another size comparison first, because let's see how he compares next to Thunderclash. Let's see how it compares next to Fans Hobbies Thunderclash. Again, this is their a retool of their Super Jinrai, just to give an idea. And just putting them next to him, you can see here that yeah, he still towers over this guy. He still towers over him. And if we bring in Stalker over here, because that's his name, that was his G1 name. If we bring in the Stalker over here, who's also a big guy and a retool of their double dealer, like, yeah, again, just the size here is just massive size difference. But again, I love the cohesiveness between these guys, though. So, yep, massive size difference here. Let's pull these back out here. Pull these back out. Let's take a look at articulation, and then we'll do base mode. So, putting this stuff down. Coming back over here, let's see. We have articulation. We have that ball jointed head, which has an, I have a ball jointed head there. It's got an up and down there. It's very loose on the ball joint, as I already found out when I transformed this guy the first time and popped the head off at the same time that I popped this. Let's see. We've got, I'm going to put these back in. We've got an ab crunch there. A little bit of an ab crunch. You're going to need to use it in order to deploy these features, but yeah, it's a soft ab crunch. It's more, I think, just to give clearance for some of these bits to work. Waist joint. Big waist joint all the way around. What else? What else we got? Shoulders. Shoulder joint. There's a joint that goes up to there. Then we can go up to here as well. On top of that. Very solid joints. Very solid ratcheted joints here. This goes all the way around as well, too. What else? What else we got? Bicep swivel. Sorry, not bicep swivel, like upper arm swivel. Let's see. I'm going to just pop the weapons out for a sec, just to better showcase this. Again, Fans Hobby weapons generally store via just sliders in the hand. So it's just a case you just need to slide it back up off the hand here. And it's a very good way to, these are not going to fall out of hands, which is great. And speaking of, let's see, we got a double jointed forearms. Let's see, we got a single joint, we've got a 90-degree joint. I'm just trying to see if I can make use of this whole double joint, because we got that bend there. We got a bend below here. We've got another bend over here. Yeah, so we got this whole range of motion there for the arms. Very good range of motion. And then what else? Let's see, ball jointed thumb. Ball jointed thumb. We have a point of articulation on the thumb there too. And then as for the actual hand, hands are not ball jointed, but they have, a couple points of articulation on each finger. We have wrist swivels. Very posable hands. Very posable hands. Let's see, what else? What else we got here? Okay, so legs. Nice clicky leg there. We got a swivel up here. Leg goes out to about there. So it's not a full split, but let's see. These panels also will shift up and can shift up and down here to get out of the way a bit. Yeah, these panels are on ball joints. They can go up and down. These guys can go up to the side. So we can get, we can't do full splits with him, but we can get it up to about there, which is good enough, honestly. Like, you can still, you need to fold these out to get that range, but yeah, you can get this much range out of the legs, which is still very good. And these panels here will just help lock the legs in place, keep them from going too far, I guess. What else? Knees. Knee joint. Double jointed knee. Double jointed knee goes all the way up to here. Again, very solid. We got, let's see, we got swivel right there. We got the toes go up and down. We got these giant heels in the back, which is nice. And oh, nice. There's rubber in the back of the heels too. Nice, just added stability, I guess, added grip. Yeah, they got rubber on the bottom. They got rubber on the bottom of his soles there. So that's just gonna make it that much easier for him to grip onto a surface. That's really nice, actually. Yeah. And I guess you got a little bit of articulation from these bits too, if you really want. So we have very good range of motion in this guy. Very good range of motion. And we need to do a base mode now. We need to do a base mode. So I am just let's see. How does it show us going about that for the base mode? I'm just looking this up. We need to get this guy back to the jet modes for base mode. So, oh no, not quite. I just need to mostly transform him back to his alt modes. So we're gonna do that next then. And again, we press these buttons in here to remove the legs. So we take all that there, take that there. I'm gonna slide this guy off like that. Sadly, there's no way to store this on the back, unless there's this thing here. I'm just seeing. Yeah, there's this guy that comes out here, but yeah, it doesn't look like that's going to store it on the back, so you kind of just have to put this on his arm, or just put it out of the way. But yeah, so we got all this here for the jet. I'm just going to leave the Godmasters. Oh no, let's pop the Godmasters back out, because we're going to want them for base mode. Let's pop the Godmasters back out here. Close this back up. And we are going to just transform this somewhat back to jet mode. We want the ramp for that. So this is all going to come around. This is all going to come down here. Let's see. This guy comes back in. Yeah, let's just see. This all comes down here. This guy's going to come back around here, right? Because this locks in down there on those engines. Now I know what I'm doing. This is actually going to be a lot more straightforward. So that guy comes all the way back down there. Yeah. Oh, nice. They've actually got the numbering on both parts. Yeah, you can see right here. We got the numbering right there. I don't know if it's showing up, but oh yeah, there we go. Let's see. Yeah, you can see there the numbering. Yeah, 169. Very nice. So yeah, so we're gonna just bring this whole guy back down here, and this locks back into. This is gonna lock back into these legs over here. This is all going to come back down there. These are going to come down there. It's going to fold this back up. And then, yeah, untransform the arms. And then we're going to get him in his base mode. Oh, nice. This is from Transformers Victory, isn't it? So all this, pop these guys back up. Pop these guys back up. And get these around. And these guys are going to come back down here. Now it comes back down. Right, these wings come back out. Yeah, and this is going to lock back in pretty easily. Yeah, that just locks in there. This comes back down. And this is going to lock in as well too. So we get this straightened out. This. There we go. That goes down. This should lock in over here now. Bring this guy back up. That. Again, I pop the head off. That is going to be a running thing, I think. And then, yeah, then we Oh, yeah, these need to slide. Right, these slide out. Right, these slide out over here. And those are going to go into here. Oh, right, there's a divot there. Nice. There we go. So you just get the fingernail in the divot. Slide this out. Yeah, this guy's not quite going in. Right, it's weird. There we go. I have to lift that a bit. And this comes down here. This is all going to lock in there. This locks in here. So you got it most of the way back to jet mode. And then we'll put the head back on. We're going to leave this here for now because we're going to want to do stuff with him in this mode. And then as for the tank, we're going to just untransform the legs a bit. Again, I really like how these go. Yeah. It's a nice transformation, this whole thing. So like all this goes like this. These are going to come back up. These guys go back up here. So much stuff going on in this tank. And then this, yeah, there's a separate piece there. Yeah, all this stuff comes up here. And then I'm going to just, let's see. I guess we probably want to bring this back out too. Yep, that all comes up there. Then we can store this foot back up in here again. Like that. This thigh slides in over there. Yeah, so we got most of this. I'm just going to do these most of the way and then go from there. Because, yeah, that should probably be enough to get us to the base mode. Yeah, because these come back around. This folds around here. I'll just go up again like that. No, I had it right the first time. There we go, like this here. Yeah, so that should be enough to start with for the tank modes. So let's see. For base mode. Base mode, we want to take the... Okay, let's take these tank halves, put these over here. Come back over to this guy. Doing this stuff with this guy here. We want to bring these back out. Bring these back out and bring them up like this. Okay. Up like this here. This guy comes out there. Oh, and that's going to make a stabilizing thing, I guess. Yeah, that's just a foot that folds out there. Okay. Okay, and then these guys. Okay, these come down here too, it looks like. I think these come down there.
Oh, they're crashing to the earth right in front of our eyes! One just went to the windshield of a parked car! This is terrible. The cars running around pushing each other? Oh, my goodness! Oh, the humanity!
Yeah. All right, so this all comes up over here. And what else? We got these little bits here. You can see we got ramps. You can see we got little ramps in here, and that these are going to have to come out for this mode. So we bring the ramps out. And what next? Ramps come out, and okay, and then we bring this. Okay, and then we bring all this back down and lock it all again. Okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah, so there we go, that's there, and then we just bring these all back up and we like lock this all back into place once we get the ramps out. Yeah, so that goes down there. And this guy. Yeah, this all comes down like that. Then we just bring these back up to lock this in. Like that there. Yeah, so then we got the ramps out. And okay, so we got this whole thing here. Okay, that's there. Oh, interesting. Okay, so these pop out. Okay, that's cool. I was wondering about that. I was wondering about these pointy bits. Because, yeah, the way this works here is that these actually pop up. So we get this back down. We're going to bring these back down here. Then we're going to just put it in like that, and that is going to stand this whole thing up there. Because these guys are going to just be up like that. Cool. And then we bring these out here, and what else? These come back up. The ramps are just going to be over here, I guess, for now, and I'm just looking to see what else there is. Yeah, and then we put the tower back on. We take this guy back again, and I can pull this out here. We take this whole bit here. Just gonna close these back up. Yeah, we take this whole tower, and yeah, we should just be able to clip this in over here now, it looks like. And we clip it in how? Okay, so we use that same locking mechanism, it looks like. Okay. All right, so we bring this guy around here. Yeah, we bring this guy around here, and we come in at a different direction now. We bring this guy straight down. So so this guy, let's bring these arms out a little bit first. Just trying to get this to lock back in. Where's the little slot for bringing that guy in? There we go. Okay, yeah, so we take this guy here, and we're going to slot it in from the top now instead. Yeah, and okay, it looks like it sits there, and then we clamp this in. And then we lock it in over here. Okay. Yeah, then we bring the arms back up, and we lock this in to place. Yes, there we go. So there we go. That just sits there. And that is the main thrust of base mode. And I guess we can bring this down here. So that's the main thrust of base mode there. Let's put this back up here. And then, yeah, and then we just need to do the, we need to take the other stuff here. And, oh, that's where the gun stores. Okay. Okay, so the gun storage, I just spotted where that was looking at this. They don't actually show you the gun stores, just where it comes out of. Okay, so gun storage. Let's get into that. Gun compacts up like this, of course, and yeah, the way the whole tank goes out like this. Bring this down here. Let's see. Bring this guy up. Bring this guy up like that there. And it looks like the idea is that the gun just stores in the back here. Yeah. Okay, I think here. Yeah, the whole idea is the gun stores there, like right into that side there, and then on the other side. Yeah, and then the other side you can see here has a couple of different slots there. So that's where the gun's supposed to store in alt mode. You're supposed to just sandwich it between these tank treads. That works. That works. Anyway, it shows you pulling this out because we're going to want this for base mode too. And I'm just looking to see what arrangement this is supposed to be in for the base mode. I think we want to fold up a bunch of the tank mode stuff. Yeah, because looking this over, it looks like that you more or less just have the tank halves and then you go from there. So we want to get this all back down. Get this all back down to tank mode. Like this. Yeah, like this goes here, this goes here. This guy's going to come back out. And yeah, this guy angles, that plugs in there. Yeah, so we want to get this back to tank mode configuration here. And then go from there. Yeah, so like this here. Get it all the way back around like this. Get it back into these tank modes configuration. Okay. Yeah, so that's all going to come around like this here. Like that. Yeah, so there we got the tank halves. I'm probably going to have to pull some of these bits back out too for ramps and stuff, I'm guessing, but let's get it all back in the tank halves first. So we got all this here. We got the tank halves. We've got we need to get these back up the rail. So let's bring these back up, bring it up the rail. Again, like really cool tank design. Really cool transformation on this tank. Yeah, this comes up there, this slides up there. And then I'm just looking at the, and the thing just fell off my lap again. Booklet just keeps falling. Bring this back down here. So, base mode, we're almost done. Okay, looks like you pull the tank apart there. And yeah, we keep these out. We keep these guys out here, and then we start bringing out other things like these panels here, because there's guns in here. This opens up, and this comes all the way around here, it looks like. Yep. Yeah, it's supposed to come around like this, it looks like, and then and then that's where and then we use these little legs back here that we found way early on. Okay, so this comes out over here, it looks like. Let's use this side. So this comes out and then this folds in like this here. We get this guy out like this. And yeah, and then fold the legs out again. Legs come out for stability, and yeah, then it looks like we bring these back around. And then these are probably going to peg in to these guys, I guess. I guess if I slide this forward a little bit, it's going to peg in. Yep, and I'm going to drop the thing again. Okay, let's just take a look at this here. Yeah, we do that. Then we do this, like that there. We pop out the weapons. We pop out all those. We pop out the base mode accoutrements that we already stored in here earlier. Again, it's weird that they didn't actually show the storage, like when you actually put this guy together. It's like it doesn't actually show you the storage until you actually get to the point where you're starting to actually get it open. But let's see. I'm just looking here because if we slide this up the rail, I'll bet this is able to peg in. I guess we can always just put it in the middle bit there. And just rest it there. Dare to believe you can't survive. Okay, let's get this one open. There we go. Get the other base mode accessory out. Anyway, those are out now. I'm just checking here to see if... Ah, yeah, okay, so we do need to swing... Okay, so we do slide this down the rail a little bit here. Because this needs to come down just enough for this to peg in to one of the little things down here. There we go. So this just pegs in right over there. And then that, yeah, and then it locks right over here. Dare to believe you can't survive. There we go, like that. These are both pegged in now. These are solid as a rock. Okay, so there we go. Those are in. We got those two tank sides there, and we pop those accessories out. Okay, and now we do all the ramp clipping. So now we go back to this ramp over here. If you remember this guy, go back to this ramp. Open this back up. Let's open this ramp back up over here. I think we're going to want to put this back on. Like that. So there we go. We got that ramp there. And okay, now we start clipping. Okay, now we clip these into the tank. Okay, I see. And this, yeah, I need to adjust this there. Fix that. So yeah, so you got that centered. And now we start clipping these together. And that goes in over here. Okay. I'm just looking to see where this all... Okay, this goes like this, I think. Yeah, this goes in over here. This just goes in at the top. I think this is how it's supposed to go. Let's just double check the image again. Yeah, that's right here. Yeah, so we want to take this ramp here, and the ramp is going to go into this. There's a little tab in the slot back there. The ramp is going to go into the little slot here. It's going to just tab in like that. Tabs in pretty solidly. There we go. And this guy, again, straighten this ramp up a little bit. And then this guy's going to slot in. There, that's slotted in there too. There we go. We got most of the base done here. Let's just adjust this a little bit. Get this more in frame. We've almost got the base done. What's next? I'm just looking to see what else we got to do. Bring that there. Okay. All right, we got the giant BFG here. So now we split this into the two guns. And I guess we fold this down and this down. I'm glad they figured out ways to incorporate all this stuff in here. Yeah, because the big guy is going to go over here. Oh, yeah, big guy's going to go over here. And yeah, this comes out further. So there, we got a big gun over there. Big gun over there. And then what else? Right, front ramp. Front ramp is going to come in over here. And yeah, there's a slot right over there. It's probably going to be easier if I pull this out first. Yeah, because let's see. How does this slot? Yeah, okay, it goes in right over here. Yeah, there's a connector right there. Let's just bring this straight in. Yeah, pop it in like that. There's the front ramp. So now we bring this gun. We put this right at the welcome ramp. We put a giant gun at the welcome ramp because nothing says welcome like a giant gun at your right at your front door pointing out at people. That's the absolute best way to say welcome. Okay, bring this back out. Bring this gun back out. This one goes in one of these slots over here, it looks like. Yeah, we just slot this in over there. I don't think it matters which one we put that in. But what else? We've also got... Okay. Right, these two guys are going to slot in over here. So yeah, one's just slots in over there, and the other one, as soon as I spot, oh, here it is. Yeah, one goes there, other one goes up here. It doesn't really matter which one goes where, just they go in. So those go in there. These will spin. Well, maybe not. No, once you're there and properly, they won't really spin. But yeah, those are in there now. And now we need to just look at action features and stuff. Okay, let's see. I bet this gun here also can peg in over there. Let's see. Not really. No, this one doesn't really show where the other rocket half goes. It's just you pull this apart and then you put that there. It doesn't really show where the other rocket half goes in terms of weapon mounting. I guess you could just put it there. I don't know. Or, you could just leave it on there. So there's still a few more steps here for the base mode. This opens up over here. We got a little hatch here. This opens up and this reveals a giant little gun over here. So we got a little base gun over there, which is cool. And there's another gun that's revealed too. I am just trying to spot where this is. It's on one of the tanks, it looks like. Yeah, here we go. And then we got this gun here. This gun is also going to pop up here. And again, we got a little missile launcher right there too. And then, yeah, at that point, you can open all this stuff up. Put some of the pilots in there. Yep. Put some pilots in these things. Yeah, get this guy in there. Get this guy in there. Just sitting there. And then we can just take the other guy and where's the other Breastmaster? Sorry, Godmaster. These are Godmasters, not Breastmasters. Okay, where'd I put the other Godmaster? But anyway, the gist of this though is that this is how we do this. I just need to find where the other Godmaster went to. But like everything is pretty stable here, honestly. Like, it does everything to make sure everything is nice and level when you put it into this mode. Everything's nice and level. It's all elevated. It's all sits together pretty well. Everything tabs into place. Like we got the big welcome ramp there. Oh, also, here's a Prime RC. Let's put a Prime RC in here because why not? Yeah, I'm just trying to find where the other Godmaster went to. Because, yeah, she is floating around somewhere. Maybe on the floor? I know I took them both out. Unless she's not in the cockpit. Oh, here she is. Okay, yeah, so other Godmaster we can take out here, and we can bring these around, and we can just put her just manning the gun battery over here. So yeah, there you go. You got a whole base mode with interplay. So we got like someone mining the gun battery over there, and then we've got. Let's just center this a bit. So yeah, so this is the whole base mode here for yeah, only thing that doesn't really store is this gun. And I mean that makes sense because like adding these additional weapons, it was a bit of an afterthought. Like if you really wanted to, you could just leave it on this gun, I suppose, and just do a giant missile launcher pointing out, but I think the giant FU gun works a little bit better. So we could always just put this back there as like a little rocket or something. What else? I'm just seeing if there's anything I'm missing. Yeah, no, that's pretty much it for this mode. Yeah. Yeah, they don't really show anywhere to put the rocket. Just looking at the back picture here. It's just, you just put that there. And I guess this gun might make more sense to pull this gun from here and put the gun over here. Just because we've already got like a gun over here. We've already got a couple of guns over there. Yeah. Just slot all this stuff in here. Secure it all nicely. But yeah, everything is fairly secure for the base mode here. Like it looks really good. It looks very nice. It's actually like a really impressive base mode. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to expect. You never know with the base mode. But like, yeah, this is fairly well implemented. Fairly well implemented. Then let's bring Superion back in here too. Let's bring Superion back in here to put next to the base mode. Because why not? Why not have a aerial bot commander here? And you can see here how he measures up next to this whole base mode here. It's yeah, I mean like it's taller than him. It looks really good. Like it's a really fully featured base mode here. This Overlord that they did is very nice, I gotta say. It is a very, very nice Overlord. And then, then the Skyquake retool, of course, obviously. Yeah, it's a great Skyquake retool. Again, base mode, everything's nice and solid. Everything pegs in somewhere, which is good. Like, all the stuff is pretty good. We got, like, the turret. We got this gun. Oh, does this rotate? No. Is it supposed to rotate? I'm just looking. Oh, no, it does. Oh, cool. Yeah, cool. So the tip of the gun, I didn't even notice this. The tip of the gun actually is on a pivot here. So when you plug it in here, it actually can act as a turret. That's actually really rad. And then we can always bring that up like that in order to get a little bit more turret range. Yeah, that's cool. That is really cool. I guess it... Oh, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about Superion or are you talking about Skyquake when you say its size as well? Just for clarity's sake. Because like Skyquake is definitely not really sized for the like he is sized for masterpiece scale stuff. Oh, yeah, but yeah, I guess he would scale well. Right, I was gonna bring this in too for comparison. I didn't bring him in earlier, but here we have him with Generation Skyquake. Speaking of, this is based more off the Transformers Prime design, but it does have a few cues from Generation 1. The main one being like the actual design for the chest. Like the chest design in this guy is much more of a, yeah, the chest design in this guy is straight up a G1 chest. I'm just seeing if I can get to my better camera here. Let's do this. Yeah, it's straight up like, like a G1 Skyquake chest on this guy. But yeah, just to give an idea of like scale. We got just this like FRN find out style. Very impressive. Like this whole setup looks really nice. I gotta say. And that is Okay, yeah, we can take that down. We can take that down a notch. And now we are back around, and we are around to, yeah, we're down to 28 things in my unboxing queue. That number will probably fluctuate in the next few weeks. But yeah, that is all the guys we wanted to open tonight. I figured these would take me a while, and I'm glad I was right. Like I figured that Skyquake would take a while on stream, but I will say I'm really impressed with this guy. From a design standpoint, there's a lot of stuff where I was like I was like mucking with things and going, okay, is this going to be okay? Is this going to break? But it's like, no, it's a very sturdy. It's got a lot of double hinge joints just to be able to wiggle pieces out of the way when you're transforming it. Like very solid in this mode. Like I really like how just you fold down the stand there for the tripod, but then like the actual cones will retract into the body there just for providing him the right height properly for being able to stand up like this for this mode. I think the only real complaint I have about this guy is just actually the Skyquake head, and that is if you were here earlier and you saw the Skyquake head is a little bit loose on its ball joint. It popped off as soon as I pulled the shield off. Like it came off pretty much straight away and just went flying. Like the shield is a bit tricky to reattach to the jet. But yeah, no, it looks very good. It's a very, very nice combination, this whole setup. But yeah, and I really like Superion as well too. Like it's a very solid combiner. It looks fantastic in person. Like it looks very, very good in person as a combiner. And yeah, like I really love the giant jet mode of Silverbolts too. The giant Silverbolt jet mode is like ridiculous, and I love it. It feels like it's some sort of like flying aircraft carrier or something like that. It's a really cool setup. Really cool setup, I gotta say. So with that said, that's the main thing I wanted to do tonight in terms of things. So, and that was my planned streams for this week. So let's find out who's all online, shall we? Let's see who's going. Let's see who's going on my following list. Let's see what people are doing tonight. I see Foxy's going, but I've rated her a bunch of times recently. Let's see. Lampy Moth is doing art. What do I? I'm just looking to see who's all going, what people are doing. Yeah, let's see. Let's rate out to Lampy Moth here. Why not? Why not? I haven't rated out to them in a bit, so. Anyway, yeah, thank you everyone who came by. This was a lot of fun. This was a lot of fun doing all this stuff here. And that is going to be probably until closer to the new year. That is probably going to be like the last toy stream I do for a bit, because I'm going to be spending at least part of the weekend working on just starting my advent calendar videos, because it is coming up to that time of year. We're going to be doing advent calendar stuff. And that is always fun to do. I love doing the advent calendar stuff. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. I've already got some graphics that I can use for that, which is nice. So yeah, we'll be back next week. There's going to be a new Genshin patch on Tuesday, so it's probably going to be a fairly Genshin heavy week. And maybe I'll use the fact that I don't have toy streams planned in order to actually slot in some other stuff that I've been wanting to do for a while. I don't know. We'll see. I guess there's always art stuff too. I have no shortage of ideas of things I want to draw. So we will have to see. But yeah, again, thank you all so much for coming by tonight. Thank you again for the raid, Sele. If you're still here, I don't know if you are, but if you are, thank you again. And with that said, this is going to be Techno signing off. Until next time, Gadget. Until next time.